Shubho Shakal, good morning. Namaste everyone. Hope all are good by health and spirit so that we can start the next day. With the fabulous beginning of the two-day International Museum Expo 2024 Kolkata, we have reached the second phase of this expo. Organized by Science City under Ministry of Culture. In the first day has surely unveiled a world of thought, reasoning, experience before the museum fraternity, comprising students, experts, learners, teachers, even general people, including laymen like me. So now today, we may start with the first panel discussion of today, and the panel discussion will focus on novel museums and new media. I will be inviting on stage moderator and the esteemed panelist. Let me invite on stage Ms. 𝐿𝐭𝐸𝐴 Ghosh, Marketing Head, National Museum of Indian Cinema. Please be on stage. Panelist Sri Atul Tiwari, noted actor and script writer, kindly be on stage. Sri Rajat Ojha, CEO, 𝐿𝐭𝐸𝐴, please be on stage. Sri Munjal Shroff, Director and COO, Graffiti Multimedia Private Limited, Mumbai. Please. Sri Ashad Lalji, CEO of Avid Learning. Ms. Prima John, Director, Indian Music Experience Museum, Bangalore. Mr. 𝐵𝐾𝐲𝐻, Program Manager, Google Arts and Culture, Paris. Over to the panelists.
Hello. Hello. A very good morning to one and all. Namaste, salam, sat sri akal. My name is 𝐿𝐭𝐸𝐴 Ghosh. I am the marketing head of National Museum of Indian Cinema, which comes under National Film Development Corporation under the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. First of all, I really like to thank the Ministry of Culture, the Science City, who has actually organized this wonderful event and has given us all an opportunity. So thank you so much. And now, I would like to welcome my panelists, the esteemed panelists. So quickly, I'm going to talk about them briefly to give my audience an idea about who they are. Let me start on my left with Sri Atul Tiwari. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? He's a playwright director by disposition, a script dialogue writer by profession, an actor by chance, and a skilled creator of experiential museums. Atul Tiwari is trained at the National School of Drama, German National Theatre, and a Berlin ensemble. His plays have been acclaimed in cities across North India, villages in South India, and even abroad. Dozens of films written by Atul have been awarded and praised, include ये वो मंजिल तो नहीं, धारावी, वो छोकरी, द्रोहकाल, शाहिद उधम सिंह, मिशन कश्मीर, दशवातर, विश्वरूप, नेताजी बोस, द फॉरगेटन हीरो, and Mujib, the making of a nation, and many more. His acting in films have left an unique mark. Rosh as Priyadarshan, Vishwaroop as Kamal Hassan, Three Idiots, and PK. Samvidhan, Mulk, Maharani, and the Hollywood film, the second best exotic Marigold Hotel, among others. The experiential museums and expression exhibitions created by him are established in various cities such as Delhi, Lucknow, Gandhinagar, Varanasi, Kartarpur, Kurukshetra, Jammu, and Srinagar. Thank you so much, sir, for being as an esteemed panelist today. Next, we have Shri Rajat Ojha. Rajat Ojha is the CEO of Gametronics and has over 29 years of experience in the immersive industry. Rajat sir has worked on some of the marquee theme parks and museums across the world, including the Hub Zero in Dubai, rainwater harvesting theme parks at various locations across India, the Peterson Automotive Museum in Culver City, USA, and many more. He has not only built and designed museums, rides, and attractions, but also pioneered the usage of immersive technology in traditional places and worked on many, many more attraction experiences and rides. On top of that, Rajat sir has built and operates Party Night India Ka Apna Metaverse, which is a leading metaverse across the globe and has brought many locations into the digital world. A recent example is the metaverse of the Odisha government during the World Oriya Language Conference, where multiple museums came together in the digital world for people to experience the rich heritage of Odisha. And guess what? It was trending for 4 consecutive days, with over 720,000 people joining from around the world. Rajat is an advisor in Samsung, Digital Motive, and 50 more companies. He's an avid investor, having invested in 74 companies personally. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Next, we have Shri Munjal Shroff. Munjal ji is a seasoned curator, producer, director, boasts 27 years of expertise across live action, animation, gaming, and VFX. Co-founding Graffiti, his production company and animation studio in 1995, he has propelled it into a content powerhouse with a knack for original creations. Munjal's strategic partnership with industry giants like Netflix, Walt Disney, TV, Cartoon Network, and Nickelodeon have not only elevated the studio but also put India on the global map for original content. Notable achievements includes the live action of kids TV show with 3D animation Jai Bole To Jadoo with Nickelodeon and the widely acclaimed children's movie series called Krish, Trish, and Balti Boy, showcasing India's folk art and folk tales globally. His animated series Yom and Deepa and Anup, a Netflix original produced by Mattel, have garnered international acclaim, with the latter sweeping 4 Kids Screen 2023 awards. Munjal's creative brilliance extends to prestigious projects like creating the official YouTube channel Yoga with Modi, featuring a 3D animated, where yoga videos with an avatar of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji recognized, also as the June Titan of Asia by Animation Magazine. Munjal's commitment to producing original Indian content has earned him numerous accolades and key positions, including the co-chairman of FICCI, AVGC Forum and Advisory Board, member of Media and Entertainment Skill Council. He recently served on the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting Task Force on National Animation, VFX, Gaming, Comic and XR Policy, highlighting his significant contribution to the industry. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Next, we have Shri Asad Lalji. Asad Lalji holds the position of Senior Vice President at SR Group, acts as the CEO of Avid Learning, a public programming initiative and a creative platform within the SR Group, and serves as a curator at the Royal Opera House in Mumbai, with a background spanning 14 years as one of the Mad Men advertising executives on New York's Madison Avenue 𝐈𝐧 has brought significant transformation to the avid learning, establishing it at India's leading cultural hub through international collaborations and partnerships with major art performers. As a distinguished member of the FICCI Art and Culture Committee since 2018, 𝐈𝐧 has organized multi-stakeholder conferences in Mumbai and Bengaluru aimed at democratizing the arts. The story epitomizes drive, intent, and fearlessness. Since the restoration of the Royal Opera House, 𝐈𝐧's curatorial programming has reinstated its status as the city's cultural crown jewel. Additionally, he sits on the Kala Ghoda Association Executive Committee and serves on the advisory board of the Mumbai Urban Art Festival for 2022-2023. Amidst the pandemic in April 2020, 𝐈𝐧 transitioned from Avid to Avid Online, delivering 240 programs within a year. As an early adopter of technology trends, he takes a keen interest in new media, curating programs around NFTs and the cyber future. Thank you so much, sir. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? Next, we have Ms. Prima John. Prima John is the director of the Indian Music Experience Museum, Bangalore. It is India's first and only interactive music museum dedicated to showcasing the history and development of music in India. Prima ma'am is a critically engaged arts administrator and cultural producer, inspired by the power of art to transform individuals and communities. She works across disciplines with a focus on public access, public presentation, and reception of art. She has worked on several national and international cultural projects and has held leadership positions in art organizations including the Dr. 𝐵𝐻𝐺𝐿𝐴𝐺 Lad Museum, Asia Society, and 𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐬𝐿 Foundation. A Fulbright Fellow, she was previously head of art for Maker, GeoDrive, and Deputy Director of Asia Society Indian Center in Mumbai. Prima ma'am holds a Master's in Arts, Administration and Cultural Policy from School of the Art Institute of Chicago and a Master's in Arts and Aesthetics from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Can I have a round of applause for please? Okay, so our last panelist but not the least, Mr. 𝐿𝐴𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚. He has been serving as a program manager at Google Art and Culture Lab since its inception in 2013, located in Paris. This innovative space brings together tech and creative communities to exchange ideas and pioneer new ways of experiencing art and culture. Pierre holds a degree in politics from Sciences Po Lilly and a Master's of Science in Media, Art and Creation from HEC Paris. Prior to his current role, he has gained valuable experience working at Philharmonie de Paris and Universal Music France. Thank you so much for joining us. Can I have a round of applause for him, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, this esteemed panelists today here, we all are here to discuss about the topic that is novel museum and new media. Talking about museum, the word itself shows history. The museum, the word comes with a bit of, a bit of something which is not very interesting, especially for the younger generation, I feel, because a lot of students, a lot of people, they don't come in. So, we would like to revolve today about the topics today that, how this novel museum and new media, the amalgamation of both, could be a part. And I would like to start my first question with Mr. Atul, sir. So, sir, I just wanted to understand, since you have been, fabulous scriptwriter in the traditional media as well as the dynamic media. So, I wanted to understand from you that, how you feel it perceives the role of engaging the emerging media technologies in museum. What is your thought about it?
Thank you, Joyita. But since I'm the first speaker, so first things first, my gratitude to Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for holding this fabulous International Museum Expo 2024. My thank you to NCSM for organizing it the way they have, and especially to DG Sahab, Shri Arijit Datta Chaudhary ji. And my thank you to Science City, which happens to be perhaps, and I'll be corrected by my friend Anurag ji, if this is perhaps the largest museum space in this country. And where we are sitting, in the Science City. Then in a city with the oldest museum, 1814, and in this state with the largest number of museums in the country. So I'm very, very thankful to my friend 𝐼𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚, the director of the Science City, for inviting me. I have had a very old relationship with NCSM, having worked on 3 important big museums with them. The first one was on Sardar Patel, uniting India in Delhi, which sits on their property in the Science Center itself of Delhi. Then the next one was a museum on Banaras called Ras Ras Banaras, which again sits in a very beautiful 17th century building, which was built in 1600 when Akbar visited Banaras. So this museum is in this ancient building on the city of Banaras. And the third thing, which is running right here behind in the Dome Theatre, is perhaps the first big dome film made in India and running continuously for last, I think, 1.5 years here. And having worked with them, I must congratulate the whole team of NCSM. It's very rare in India to see such a passionate team, passionate about the subjects which are given to them, and though there is science in their name, but it's not just the science museums which they make. They are one of the best museum making teams in the country. They make museums on whatever, including cricket, or a city like Banaras, or a man like Sardar Patel, or whatever. So they have been seriously passionate people about museums, so thank you to them, and thank you to all the people who all live in Calcutta with the NCSM, whether it is Rama Sharma ji, whether it is Anurag ji, whether it is Indranil Da, whether it is Nataraj ji, Manas Bagchi, and countless others with whom I have worked. And thank you, sir, for having me again in your team for this thing. Now coming to the question of the novel museums and the new media. The change is the only inevitability, and things are changing, including the museums which are just started as the curiosity cabinets, and the definition of the museum which one you gave and one which is that a collection of very interesting, engaging things for research, for reading, and for the people to come and see and understand. That no more holds good, because I'll give you the reason from my experience. The first museum which I had to create was a museum on Mahatma Gandhi in Gandhinagar, Gujarat, 2014. Now, Mahatma Gandhi is a strange case. He's a strange case because he did not collect anything himself. One of the 11 principles in which he believed, one of them was aparigraha, which means not collecting anything and keeping it for the future. So Gandhiji had only two dhotis when he died, only 2 chappals when he died, and one of the sets of chappal was stolen the day he died. Here the Bapu's dead body was lying, and here somebody took the chappals away, perhaps for his respect towards Mahatma Gandhi. He had a couple of glasses, he had a couple of charkhas, he has a couple of सांप पकड़ने का चिमटा, लकड़ी का बना हुआ जिससे सांप हर्ट ना हो. इतनी ही चीजें थी उनके पास. वो किताबें भी आपको नहीं मिलेंगी. बापू की लाइब्रेरी थी, बापू इतना पढ़ते थे. बापू किताबें बांट देते थे. बापू के पास लेटर्स भी नहीं मिलेंगे आपको कि इतने लोगों ने बापू को लेटर लिखे. तो अब जबकि कोई कलेक्टेबल है ही नहीं आपके पास और आपको बनाना है एक म्यूजियम, तो आमतौर से लोग क्या करते हैं, जैसे एक आध बार यहाँ कोशिश हुई कि आप फोटोग्राफ्स लगा देते हैं और उसको म्यूजियम कहते हैं, लेकिन वो फोटो गैलरी म्यूजियम नहीं हुआ. म्यूजियम जिस तरह का एक्सपीरियंस आपको देना चाहिए वो आप कैसे देंगे? सो द ओनली वे फॉरवर्ड वाज टू फॉल on these new technologies, on this new age technologies, new media, to tell the story of Mahatma Gandhi. Why telling the story of Mahatma Gandhi was important? Because when Gandhiji was once asked by a journalist, what's your message to the world? And he said, my life is my message. Read my life closely, see my life closely, and you will get my message. So now how do you recreate his life without any goods? So the only thing available to us was the new media. And this is how new museums are
That's
held.
true. That's true, sir. In fact, I would like to add one point to here. In the National Museum of Indian Cinema, where I work, there was a place, there is an entire section of Gandhiji, and it's very strange that Gandhiji never loved cinema. He feels as an evil to the society. And he loved only one film, that is Ram Raj. And rightly how sir said that if we keep just the pictures and the photos, we have just kept a charka there. But I feel that, those also are important. Those things are also, I believe change is inevitable and it is required. But sometimes, the photographs, the remain places also make sense. Yes, how to make more usage of it, it's more required. But we'll come back to this. We'll go to the next question for Mr. Rajat Ojha. So I just wanted to ask you, sir, that since, you have been extensive experience in designing the immersive experience for people, and especially, when people go for immersive experience, they feel that VR and these things connect them better way and gives them a lot of memories. So how can these new media technologies can contribute to the preservation and promotion of the cultural heritage, locally as well as globally? What are your thoughts for it?
First of all, we need to understand where we're coming from, right? So, and again, thank you, all the gratitudes are already paid off. Of course, Kolkata is not the city of museum, it is the museum itself. There's so much rich history, culture everywhere, every street is having its own, beauty. So it's just incredible. Every single time I come here, I just get, a totally new vibe every single time. So the thing is that, as you rightly mentioned, kids don't go to the museums. Schools drive them, right? They go, they finish their, it's a job they're doing. And, but ask the same kid, hey, there's a new space in Roblox or Minecraft, would you come in? They'll just jump in there, right? It's because this is where they belong. This is like, again, talking about a web internet, right? If you ask them an internet which is just informational, they'll not consume it. They want to participate. So we believe in the participation. Our stories, our museums, or the kind of way we see, it's a time machine. We not just take them back and show them, we make them participate there. So you literally are there. If you are doing a Gandhi museum, you're actually part of Dandi March. You're not seeing it. You're being part of it. And that's where the whole magnitude changes. This is the first experiment we did in LA. So I used to live there in 2015. I returned back, but and after realizing, so I was a video gamer, right? So that's my pedigree. I used to build games. I used to play games and stuff. But in 2013, we did an experiment where we took a very controversial character and asked 70 kids to read about that character and 70 kids to actually experience in a game form, right? And the retention rate, those who actually played as that character, like controversial because of the other religions, but Galileo, was the character. So the retention rate was 20x of the people who actually played. That was an immediate establishment of our theory that we need to make a participatory internet, we need to make a participatory place. And back in those days, we did Peterson Automotive Museum, where kids could literally touch the engine. There was a lot of integration of IoT, there was a lot of integration of immersive technologies. So coming back to the core question, of course, VR, AR being one part, but other than that, in today's world, the usage of AI, the usage of all kind of, different, like I can literally bring Gandhi back to a digital clone of Gandhi, and Gandhi can actually start talking to you, because you can literally have a conversational AI in Gandhi's voice, himself. And that's very much possible. It's not a big deal anymore, right? So that immediately brings you back to that thing. Kids love, so what we do, we go to existing museums, and we put digital installations there to tell the story. This is not about exhibits anymore. This is about immersing yourself and participating there. And this is something what we started with Peterson, where we did Pixar, we did Ford, and all those things. The entire museum was done, designed and planned by us back in those days. Then it comes to the other side, where we take our museums to the rest of the world. It's a physical location, right? But still, if we can actually have one place, as I mentioned, Roblox and for Minecraft, or my own platform, Party Night, which has 126 million users already. So the thing is, it's super easy for me to do, and that's something what we did with the Odisha Conclave, and now doing with 30 other museums. We are bringing them, including most of the museums in Dubai area, we are bringing them on the digital platform where kids can come, participate, even if they are missing out something. There is a scavenger hunt happening. So, which is, if you guys know about Mewolf, the Omega Mart, right? If you go there, you'll miss out on most of the things. But since there is a game which is driving the entire experience, it will unlock several areas for you. You'll actually go and figure out where are those areas. And that's exactly what we do in our this thing. So you will not miss out on anything. And you will reach out to every possible zone. You'll understand more. There's story behind everything. Other than that, also there are a lot of interesting use cases where we 3D scan the entire, the sculptures. We digitize the pictures. We create fonts of the ancient, documents which are there. And people can actually, start typing in those fonts and create their own stories and masterpieces and contribute there itself. Again, it becomes a participation. And that's something I think there are so many ways. So imagine AR, VR layer, AI layer, digital storytelling, gamification part, and you have a future museum for every single kid. We call it cyber museology, but I think it's evolving. The terminology is evolving. But we have successfully driven a lot of kids, and they spend a lot of time there.
I'm sure.
So, yeah.
Sounds very interesting, sir. And this is very true that, like he rightly said that, experience are the things which we take forward. I mean, the example which you said is completely right, and we completely agree that when you read something and we actually experience that same thing, matters a lot. And kids today, they have very attention, not even kids, I won't blame the kids because the adults also have this attention problem. They just can go for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's what. So why to only tell about the kids? We also have this that we go for the Instagram reels or everything, which is just 30 seconds. So that's attention issue which we have.
I'd just like to add here that this is the creator's economy we are living in.
Right.
Everybody is a creator.
True.
Everybody is a photographer. Everybody is a cinematographer. And
everything, yes.
So I think that we need to exploit those kind of things within these music.
It just takes seconds now, I believe. I mean, Google is just in your tip of your hands. You can just Google it and you are the one. Okay, so quickly we'll go to our next panelist, Mr. Munjal Shroff. So I wanted to ask you, since you have an expertise in the content curation and you have been doing it across various medium, including VFX. So can you just share us an example of, innovative digital museum or project that have successfully integrated emerging media technologies? One of you which you can share with us.
Yeah. So, when you look at museums today, right, what are museums? I think to me, museums are amplifiers of art, culture, technology. And I think what technology today offers is a fantastic opportunity for very immersive and engaging narratives. Look at the reference point today, right? I'll talk about dopamine, right? That's a metric today that if you look at Instagram interface or a Google interface or any social media interface, Roblox, of these, it gives you a dopamine high, right? Why does it give you high? Because it is an experience, right? So you are in an age where we are constantly at that high and we are constantly looking at that elevation of emotion, right? So you need to do that same with children. I think one of the biggest problems I find with museums today is, unfortunately, most of them are just vast storage spaces. I think gone are those days where you look at a museum, for an experience where you're just looking at things. You can do that on Google. I don't need to go and physically, visit a space, right? I mean, some of the Google tech that offers you, like the megapixel scan of paintings. I can't go close to a Mona Lisa painting, but I can do that on Google Megapixel and really zoom into a Mona Lisa that close, So my question is, why am I going to a museum, right? Unless it is offering me something which is truly different, truly unique, right? And I think that experience has to be immersive,
True.
right? It has to give me a high, you know, and I think there is no better way to communicate this, you know, except for storytelling, right? So museums need to offer a story, right? A lot of our museums are about our past, about history. History has a fantastic opportunity for a narrative. So many things we don't know about history, right? So in my own sphere of work, I had a very interesting experience with my daughter who was about 8 years of age. With my late mentor and guru, Mr. Ram Mohan, who was the father of animation in India and a Padma Shri awardee, we wanted to start an art restoration project, right? So we said, why not look at folk arts of India? And we said, we should revive this. We started it. We started looking at Madhubani paintings, Mughal miniature, Chitrakathi, Tanjore paintings. And I said, let's understand how these paintings are made and then recreate them, because most of the stuff that I saw in the museum didn't excite me. Forget how it's going to excite my 8-year-old child, because most of these paintings are dull, they are faded. You know, they're 400, 500-year-old paintings. Time is going to do its number on it, right?
That's the reason restoration and everything came
Exactly.
into place.
While, I mean, obviously that's important because you are preserving a part of history which you are never going to get, you know. But, so what happened is, we went to the the Prince of Wales Museum. I mean, now it's called CSTM. It had one of the finest collections of the Karl Khandawala collection miniature painting, 40 paintings. It was in the Kumar Swamy Hall. And my daughter was doing this Bunny Thani paintings. She was 8. So I said, why don't I take her to it? She'll enjoy it because घर पे paint कर रही है तो इतनी बढ़िया चीज़ देखेगी, she'll enjoy it. 40 paintings, we walk into the hall. Me and my wife are probably on the second or third painting, and you know, both of us are engrossed into it. And my daughter comes out and says, Papa, ho gaya. And I'm saying, beta, it's like 5 minutes. You know, there are 40 paintings. Agar aap 30 seconds also if you spend on a painting, 20 minutes to banta hai, right? And she says, yeah, but painting hai. And that moment just hit me, right? That how do you, you know, capture the imagination of a child or engage the child, right, who's so bombarded with media, right? The reference for probably my generation is Google, their reference is today YouTube. So next day morning, I went back to the studio and I told Raman sir, ye nahi kaam karega, this art disaster hai, mane fail hai. So he said, what do you mean? So I told him about my experience with my daughter. So I said, what? So I said, sir, I think we should animate these paintings. So he said, like, have you lost your head? He says that you are talking about animating Mughal miniature paintings. You are talking about animating Khanka paintings. You know, I said, they are not designed for that. They are paintings. I said, sir, I don't know that. I know that what we are doing, art restoration project, is this generation is not gonna, you know, maybe you and me will appreciate it, but not that. So that became the genesis of Krishish Balti Boy movies, you know, and so what we did is we restored the art, digitally recreated the art at about 20,000 pixels, you know, and then we looked at that art form and we animated it. And the stories that we told were folk stories of India. You know, there's some beautiful children's literature that's available in every state of India. You know, amazing stories, you know, and trust me, the level of imagination that's in their stories is astounding. Like Ramanujan has written some wonderful children's stories, you know. Most people don't know about it. So again, you know, I think there are so many of these aspects. So what we did is we took folk art, folk paintings and folk stories and animated them. And we've done about 8 movies which have been showcased in various museums. It was on Netflix, you know, shown to audiences across about 150 countries in Turkish, Polish, Chinese and Korean. 120 million people have watched it.
Wow.
Recently, we did a very interesting project for the Abu Dhabi temple. They have stone murals from 5 different, you know, religions or philosophies. And they originally wanted to animate them as 3D animation. I said, you know what, why don't we do something different? So we adopted those stone murals, transformed them into pieces of art. Like for the Indian piece, we converted them into Madhubani paintings. Right. For the Arabic story, we converted them into, you know, Persian miniatures. And then basically told a wonderful story around that philosophy. And, you know, it's very interesting that those 5 films now, the Louvre Museum in Abu Dhabi has requested us to showcase them at the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, you know.
That's wonderful, sir.
Yeah.
I mean, this shows that, you know,
Yeah,
this
and no, my point is that it's the narrative. You know, I think I can create the most exquisite artwork, but unless there is no narrative behind it,
doesn't make any sense. I
yeah,
completely
you know,
agree
and
with
I think museums need to adopt this, you know, and I think the new media today allows some amazing opportunities for, you know,
Of course.
bringing out narratives.
Of course. So that's the reason we also feel that, you know, audio guides and everything has been in the museum these days to make it more interesting so that content could be replicable. And also when he was talking about, you know, the animation part, we have all seen Bahubali. So when we speak with this producers these days, they are like, we just went for, you know, it is a simple case that I just went for, you know, any props they have so that I can keep it in the museum. They're like, these days we don't have. I mean, there were days when they were props and all. These days you just make, and you just make it on the same tea. I mean, you want a mahal, the mahal is created. You want a house is created. So everything is in your tip of your hands. So quickly, with this question, I'd like to go to our next panelist, Mr. Asad Lalji, that I'd like to know that, sir, like, as he rightly mentioned, you know, that we need to make it more creative. We need to make it more animated wise. Of course, we'll do that. But how do you, because you have been an experience in organizing the cultural events and engaging with various communities. So how do you think, you know, we can involve these local communities and diverse stakeholders in the co-creation and the development of the digital museum experience? What is your inputs of it?
Well, thank you for that question. And, you know, I had the pleasure of being part of the inaugural museum expo. And thank you to our hosts for having me back. You know, according to the International Council of Museums, after COVID-19, 76.6% of museums have been rethinking their digital strategy, increasing online engagement and also audience engagement. See, the concept of a museum is changing. We've all agreed on that. Some of us may have little different definitions. I disagree that you can't sit and watch a Mona Lisa. You have to see it once in your life, though it's about 18 by 12 with plexiglass in front of it or bulletproof glass. But still, it's you can't replace actually seeing a piece of art ever. But that said, those days are not gone. They have to be evolved to keep up with changing technologies. I see, you know, the kids, there are so many out here, you know, they're born with technology in their hands. They've learned to swipe before they've learned to turn a page. So you have to think of your programming according to that. See, involving communities is extremely important. You do it from the ground floor. You do it, you get your stakeholders involved from day one. Now, I'm based in Bombay, so I'll give you my Bombay example. We have, you know, many diasporas who built Bombay, say the Kohli community for that matter, right? If you involve them, there's a sense of ownership, a sense of pride. There are wonderful artists right now emerging from the Kohli community. There's a guy called Parag Tandale who I've done a lot of work with. Their story, their history is very important. So how you tell that story brings in that point of relevance. Similarly, you can go from a hyper local to a global. You work with all the, you know, the consular presence and the diplomats to bring in the best of international, because it's not, the world is not local anymore, it's global. You know, you get this sense of pride by even involving them to kind of work with you, to co-create with you. There are wonderful examples in the West and in India. I mean, we're sitting in also the, you know, tech hub. If you saw some of the wonderful exhibitors yesterday, you know, the idea is create these programs, getting students, they're our future, students, institutions, to work with existing practitioners and come up with concepts that actually bring in additional people. And I think the days of silos of museums being like a vertical by itself are gone. You know, you have to merge or sync the arts with music, with theater. You know, I was at the CSMVS, our wonderful Chhatrapati Shivaji Vastu Maharaj Sangrahalaya last week, and there was a fashion show, but it was not about fashion, it was about celebrating the arts and culture, craft of heritage, of textiles. And it was this huge fashion show. It dimensionalized the way things were created. Obviously, this is also done in the online space. It can be NFT'd, it can be done in any way. See, technology is limitless, right? It's changing every day. It's here to stay. You add AI to it, it takes it to a whole nother level. So I think you just get people to have a sense of ownership, a sense of pride. See, creating programs, getting people involved is very easy. But you know, one size doesn't fit all, right? And even if you think you've got the formula right, you have to keep revisiting because you know, the landscape is changing every day. So
Agreed.
people want different things.
Agreed, agreed. So he very rightly said, you know, and we completely agree with this point that, you know, the communities we can access by doing a change in thought. I mean, the fashion show which you just said, also a part, and we can bring out more these kind of activities. So with this, I would like to go to our next panelist, Ms. Prima. So you have already been, you know, focusing of a lot of public access to make this well placed in the educational properties. Like, so I just want to understand then how can this digital museum experiences be utilized as educational tools and, you know, in a formal educational settings, so that like for the schools as well as universities. I am sure our young generation would like to know, and their parents will surely know. I mean, it's very difficult, I'm sure, that, you know, कि बोलना चाहिए कि इस बार हम museum जाएंगे. And they are like कि एक बार तो yes चले जाते हैं, but next time, but what is that, you know, the reason to bring them out?
Thank you, Joyita. I hope you can all hear me.
Yeah.
Firstly, I just want to say that, you know, we've all been saying young people don't want to come to museums. I want to acknowledge the vast community of students that have showed up today on a Sunday morning with their teachers. So if we can please have a huge round of applause for all the kids who are here. And this is the future generation that we are building the museums of today for. I will be speaking from an institutional perspective, of course, as the director of the Indian Music Experience Museum in Bangalore. Education is a core value for most museums, and at 𝐈𝐻𝐿𝐵 it's one of our foundational values, which is why even before we opened the museum in 2019, we set up and opened the Learning Center. And students actually make up about 30 to 35% of our visitors every year, which is a very, very large number.
Of course.
And what we do with students is we have dedicated days that we have museum tours, especially for kids coming in. And as a policy, we don't allow more than 60 students at a time inside the museum premises, even though we're spread across 50,000 square foot of space and 9 galleries. The idea is to help students have an individual experience and not do a rote experience of, you know, line mein gaye, line mein nikle, which is what you normally see in a lot of museums around the country. 𝐈𝐻𝐿𝐵 is also predominantly a digital interactive museum, and the coming generation are digital natives.
Of course.
So for them to access this information and to access digital interactives and exhibits is actually very, very easy. So we see families coming into the museum, and some of the adult people in the group are like, ab kya kare? But young people, you know, go up to the interactives immediately, the touch screens, the immersive projection experiences, and they know exactly what to do. And when you take a concept like Indian music, which has more than a 2,000-year history, there is no other format that you can work with, because music is not just a visual experience. It's not a visual experience. It's an auditory experience. It's a multi-sensory experience.
Right.
So digital technologies actually allow us to be able to do that. You also asked about how, you know, museums can participate in formal education. So we actually work with schools to curate experiences which are co-curricular. So last year, for example, we had a private school that came to us, and their focus for the year was Rajasthan, and we curated and put together programs specifically for them. So throughout the year, we had different grades coming in. But if you talk about museums being present in formal education, it is still a rarity in India. It is happening. I think one of the institutions that does it beautifully and extensively and has been doing so for decades is 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐵. And we've in fact started working with 𝐼𝐻𝐿𝐵, where they have digital classrooms where you can actually talk about museum exhibits and galleries in a 1-hour format to thousands of children.
Wow.
Across the country. The other thing digital format allows us to do is we've taken years to develop our interactives. We take complex concepts in Indian music like Shruti, Thala, Raga, which take years for even music students to understand, and we've simplified them. And we've gamified them. And we're actually able to share these exhibits. In fact, we have one of our exhibits at the exhibitor section, if you'd like to see later. and we're able to travel with it very easily because they're actually stored on mini computers. Speaking of collaborations, we've actually collaborated with the CSMBS Museum in Bombay and Avid Learning, of course, which is one of our key partners. One of our interactives is part of the traveling museum bus of the CSMBS Museum project, which travels throughout the country. We've also taken the exhibit to, for example, last year we took it to the KMCC Conservatory, which is A.R. Rahman sir's music school in Chennai, again as part of a conference, and we gave music students an opportunity to actually see and interact with our instruments gallery interactive, which is looking at more than 100 instruments. And digital technology helps us layer that information extensively, and music students get to learn about the history of Indian music in a way that they feel is easy, educational and accessible, not just it's being given to them in any particular format. And digital engagement in museums since the pandemic has increased more than 50%, I would say, according to some studies.
Of course.
So digital technology is no longer optional. It is the imperative.
It's a mandate. In fact, all the parents and people who were not so accessible to internet have now turned up that, they have to learn this. It's not a point of choice, but it's a complete mandate. I completely agree with your point. So quickly, we'll go to the next panelist, Mr. Pierre. So since you are with Google Arts and Culture, we all talked about the emerging trend, but you are already in that. So I just wanted to know from you, that what more emerging trends do you foresee in the convergence of the emerging media technologies with these museum experiences? And what do you feel will be the main challenge which the museum will face in adapting these technologies in the upcoming future?
Thank you, Joyita. Just want to start by going on with the words you just shared, Prima, about this amazing room filled with our young generation, so much energy that's aroused since you arrived. So thank you for joining us this morning, and to the educators who came with you. This is just the testament of how India is right now such a vibrant country, excited by its own culture and the world's culture. So this is so wonderful to see. But I'll try to answer your question. So if we just take 10 years ago, 2014, when we started this lab in Paris, with the Google Arts and Culture Lab, there was some sort of cautiousness, right, from the cultural ecosystem about how to use new media, new technologies. One of the concerns that I can share with you is that there was a fear that maybe technology would replace culture, would replace arts, and that's a big issue. And we tried to address this concern by explaining that we thought otherwise. We thought that, as a promise, technology would complement and not replace. What we believed in from day one is that we could create appetite online. We could help actually museum grow the audiences online, especially you, young generations. So that was the bet we started from. And 10 years later, now it's 2024, I wouldn't say the fear is gone, because we still have to address it. The cultural ecosystem is very wide and very diverse, so we still have to prove that technology has something to bring and has some added value. But what I've seen for the past 10 years is more and more excitement, engagement of museums towards new medias and technologies. I will pick a few examples, but I'll try to be brief, of course. We started with virtual tours, right, and high resolution, as mentioned by Munja. So this was one of the starting points where we started to understand, all right, museum now, they want to use technologies as a way for their audience to prepare their visits. Think of a museum like National Museum in Delhi. I mean, it's so big you could spend probably half a week there. So once you have these virtual tours, you say, yeah, I'm interested in miniature paintings. I'd like to start with that. So it's a way for you to know where to go in the museum, start to prepare your tour. But it could also be a way to complement it, right, afterwards. So the whole point, I think, and the whole interest of those new medias and technology is to be a complementary experience.
Of course.
Right? I mean, I'm coming from Paris, and I've been very lucky to be in front of the Mona Lisa a few times in my life. And I can say that there is nothing that will ever replace Mona Lisa. Because this is Leonardo da Vinci artwork, it requires techniques, masterwork, years of practices to achieve such a masterpiece.
Of course.
You can have a beautiful JPEG online. You can even zoom in to infinite details. But nothing, I can tell you, will ever replace the feeling of being in front of the artwork. What new media can do is get you excited to go and see it.
Completely agreed.
Right? So I hope this is what Google Arts and Culture has been doing for the past 10 years. You would have to ask the partners we work with across India, now 140. But if there is one thing that I would like really to highlight in this conversation is that technologies should be serving arts. It should be serving culture, not the opposite.
In fact, I would add to this, you rightly said that today we have that access to, if we are not going to the particular place, I mean, not everyone is lucky enough to go to that particular space, but if we have this kind of advanced technologies, with a click of a button, they can experience, and maybe in the future, they can do that. Coming to this, I would like to ask another question to Atul-ji and Manjal-ji, that, this is right, that, we are making the world small, and we are trying to make it easy for everyone, easily accessible. But don't you think that, in this, the data privacy, the authentication, won't that be an issue? I mean, since you both are from, vast experience in this, so I wanted to know from you both, that what do your inputs are, what do you think? Will that data privacy and this technologies, when exhibits are so easily, readily available to everyone, won't that be an issue for,
Well, it's a very interesting question. And it's not only about the technology, as it is when you talk about authenticity, or when you talk about that how ethical you are in passing on the information which you have to the other people, to the audiences. Personally, I have devised a litmus test for myself, and that I call the grandchild test. I don't have children, and so there is no scope for me getting grandchildren, but nevertheless, I always ask myself when I'm making a museum, there are sometimes political pressures, there are sometimes other kinds of pressures also, depending on the kind of museum and where is this museum and who is the client for the museum, etc., etc. But I always employ this test that my grandchild, who will be more intelligent, more informed than me because of the new media, and if 50 years later he goes to see this museum, which had been created by his grandfather, will he ask that, was my grandfather an idiot that he did not know what was the truth? Or was he a crook that he knew the truth and still he did not show me the truth? So this is a litmus test which I at least employ for myself, not only today, but also 50 years hence, when my grandchild will be coming. So that all the information which I give is as authentic as possible for myself.
So Manjalji, I would like to know from you, what are your thoughts on this? I mean, what do you think? How?
Data privacy?
Yes, on the data privacy.
See, I think there are two fundamental schools of thought here, right? One is, yes, data privacy is important, right? I think it depends in the context, right? In the context of a museum, I'm honestly struggling to see how data privacy impacts, right? The other school of thought is, what is that you have to hide, right? I mean, today, my time is important. If I'm walking into a museum, if my profile is made accessible to the AI interface in the museum, it can curate a program for me saying, this is your guided tour. Because you are interested in Renaissance period, this is because you are interested in the Mauryan period, because you are interested, in music, this is what you go and see, right? If I walk into Louvre, right, it'll take me a month to go through every exhibit, right? So I think it's a question of what what are you concerned about personally?
Right, right.
I mean, honestly, I'm not so concerned about data privacy because I don't really have to hide anything. I'm not really concerned. Sure, I don't want my passwords out there. Sure, I don't want my family pictures out there.
Of course.
But if that same tech can be judiciously used, to curate something for me, and I think that's the next future in museum tech, is that can you curate an experience making Louvre or, the Victoria Memorial Museum interesting for me, right? It can point me to the things that excite me, right? So then today, rather than having a vanilla guided tour, I would much rather have a tour which is catered to me.
Exactly. So, according to this, then, if I might ask that, I might ask this question to Rajat ji and Pierre, both of you, that what do you think will be the effectiveness, what will the digital measures which you would like to take? I mean, after the end of every experiment, we would like to know what is the result. So, how do you measure that?
Okay. Should I go first? Okay, cool. Right. So, again, two things like Louvre, since we are constantly talking about Louvre's example, and I've been lucky enough to actually, in front of Mona Lisa 5 times so far, and it was like, of course, a real feeling. But how does the museum know that I was in front of the Mona Lisa 5 times, right? So, not that I'm taking selfies with that, that's a sin, but the thing is, back in 2010, I guess, Louvre actually introduced Nintendo DS as the guiding tour mechanism within their museum. So, what was the notion behind it? Of course, for the consumer, for the visitor, it's always like, okay, I'm getting a guided information about everything I'm visiting. Behind the scene, there was a lot of data collection happening, right? Where I'm going, where I am right now, what information I'm gathering at this moment. And I worked with Nintendo personally on several fronts. So knowing this entire, so the thing is that you get what you want, they get what they want. They can always remaster their curation because they have plethora of assets with them, and you need to figure out what you actually want to see, what you are interested in. So it's a very curated, and it keeps on kept on giving recommendations and all. Today we all have Nintendo DS kind of devices in our phone, like we have phones, right? Guided tours can be there, informations can be there, accessibility features can be there, and which are there. So that's in the physical form. And then there are a lot of CCTV mechanisms and stuff. And once you are in the private property like Louvre and all that kind of thing, like private in the sense like, it belongs to them. So the thing is that there can always be a disclaimer that we are taking, your CCTV information. Today AI is so capable of understanding your visitors.
We all use that. I'm sure, ChatGPT is something which we use every day, I believe. The younger generation, I mean, this one.
And the demographic data, because the kind of people, and now with the real-time translation services available with ChatGPT 4.0 and Gemini and all these kind of AI tools and stuff, it's super easy for us to figure out how many Spanish actually entered, how many English entered, Indians entered,
We'll come to that, and
if
you could ask, because he's from the Google Art and Culture, let me check with him that what are your thoughts for this? I mean, what do you think? What could be the...
There's an infinite list of metrics we can use to measure success and duration, engagement. I mean, we could go on and on and on. But ultimately what it is about, like when you blend technology with culture and art, is creativity, right? So it's all about trying, experimenting, prototyping before measuring success, right?
Great.
Like if we take AI, for instance, we have this place where we experiment with museums in Paris that I told you about. Like, I think what's exciting for us is to observe at least 3 different things. One is the relationship between technology and creators, artists, right? How can, for instance, AI can unlock their creativity, their creators' potential, right? So we just released a new experiment in Bangalore with the Museum of Art and Photography and an artist, his name is 𝐼𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚, and he used AI to actually showcase the culture of matchbox in India in an all new way. So
Of
this is a
course.
way for us to measure, right?
Agreed. If I may come with the point that, we came to a point that there should be a collaboration for sure between the museums and all the tech companies, right? And I believe 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚 and Premaji, they are the best people to talk about this because, you have always been into this. So just tell me quickly, how could you foster this innovation, creativity, the development of the digital museum experience?
So, should I go? I mean, I've worked with Harshit a couple of times. He's brilliant in the stuff that he does. I mean, it's such a broad conversation, this topic. I mean, there are so many examples. I mean, let's go back to Paris. I mean, one of my favorites is this robot called Bernison at the Musée d'Orsay in Paris. In 2016, they had this robot with a bowler hat, a scarf, that roamed around the museum, through AI, started seeing people's facial expressions and became an art critic. I mean, there are so many examples. MAP had the digital avatar of MF Hussain, partnered with Accenture, where people had conversations with him, asked him questions. The whole Van Gogh 360 with Panasonic and their projection system. There's so many examples, even in India. I mean, if you go to that exhibit section, you'll see some very cool stuff happening. I mean, the sky is the limit, right? Technology is infinitless at the moment, and creativity is creativity. So the best is how do you leverage the cross-section between creativity and technology? And I think many of these people are doing it correct.
Great. Prima ma'am, what's your take on this?
So in museum studies, there's a concept called the post-digital museum. It's a theory that came up around 2015-16, and that's the age we're in right now. And it's a watershed moment in museum, the history of museum development. And technology is omnipresent. There isn't any way for any new museum or any old museum to not really engage with technology anymore. I think what we do with that technology is what is key. In terms of collaboration with tech companies, apart from, of course, being fabulous funders, especially in a city like Bangalore, which is a city of innovation and being art patrons, it isn't without technology that it's only possible with technology for us to be able to develop new kinds of exhibits. But I think there are very strong ethical questions that must be taken up and answered in terms of what kind of representation, especially when using new kinds of technology like AR, VR technology and AI technology, and especially deep fake. When bringing artists back to life, the ethical question of did that artist want to be represented in this way? And also I think the key indicator for the success of technologies in museums will be if museums and museum professionals and art workers drive that momentum. It cannot be driven by technology. And also to add to Pierre's point and Asad's point and all our point, I think is technology is an enabler, it's a tool. It cannot take away from real life experience.
Of course,
because
that's true.
no matter how connected we are today, we're also as disconnected. And why that is a question that we must answer.
That's true. So with this, I would like to conclude, and we would like to take the inputs of all. So we had this discussion of, novel museums with new media, and we all agreed that new media, the technologies which we have right now, it's the perfect tool for our next generation to keep them glued. And we can also have different experiential, like how, everyone explained. And also we talked about the ethical, what are the ethical things which could be taken into consideration. And if we are looking forward for a more engaging museum and people to come across, we need technology advancement. With this, I just want quickly one word since we are running very short of time. Just because, recently in the theater, it came that it should be accessible to all, for all the people with disabilities and with all. And also if kids, we need to bring them to the museum. Just one word, what could that be? We can start from Pierre maybe. Just one word if you could start. That, if people...
Just one.
Yeah, just one word.
Just music.
Okay.
And go to the Indian music experience to
and
go.
Because Pierre has taken up music, I'll say inclusion.
Okay.
I was going to say that, but the future.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to say a few. And I have just one thing to add to this, that fundamentally, look at children as cultural ambassadors.
Okay.
And I would sincerely urge the Ministry of Culture to consider this, that's your customer. I'm not your customer because in about probably 20 years, I'm going to be in the grave. So do you engage a customer who's going to be with you for 60 years? Or do you engage a customer who's probably around maybe 10 years?
That's
so
point
I think
taken.
kids as cultural ambassadors.
Next point, sir. Like, how do you figure
Oh,
out?
culture is right for everyone, so it's absolutely everybody should have access to that. And
Okay.
technology, again, can be a great enabler for that.
All right, sir. Atul, sir.
And I would like to say that definitely they are our ambassadors for tomorrow. But the blame doesn't go to them. It's the teachers, it's the parents who have to be told to bring their children regularly to museums of different kinds everywhere. It's not the kids to be blamed because they don't have
Right.
the facility to do this themselves. So we have to impress upon when you say that Ministry of Culture has to send a message, then it is to the teachers
As
and
well
it
as
is to
the
the
parents.
parents.
And if I may conclude with this, that I started with the word that museum is for history, but I feel history can be recreated every day. So history could be recreated with the immersive technology which we talked about. So thank you so much, my esteemed panelists, and thank you so much, audience. And I would like to take quickly just one question from the audience, if you could. Just one. I would like from the younger generation, because we really loved anyone, if you could want to talk or want to ask any question to the panelist. Just one question. I guess there's someone is there? Quickly, just one question. You can raise your hand.
There are hands here at the back.
Okay. Can I have your question,
Quite a
please?
few actually.
Can I have the last one? Yeah, you. I need a younger generation, the kids. Okay. All right. Please, ma'am, go ahead. Yeah, you're audible. That's very agreeable point, and I would request, again a one pointer, because I don't want to miss anyone. What do you feel like? Just one pointer if you could.
I think it's absolutely critical. There is, which is why I said I think it's us as museum professionals who need to drive that conversation and also lead in that conversation, because technology is a tool which we need to use. It cannot replace real life experience. I can tell you as much as possible about music. You can see as many videos, listen to as many songs on Spotify, but to be in front of an artist, to
It's a
be
different
in
story.
front of a band, to listen as a community, because music is also something that's intrinsic to human nature, and why it's intrinsic is because we share it. And that's not possible with technology. That's only possible in real life. So
That's
it's
true,
a
and,
balance that's
I-
our responsibility.
I feel that, I guess,
Yeah, I
Rajat,
would
you
like
has
to
a-
add to this. So, epitome of technology is when it becomes invisible. And that's what we always go for, that there should not be any sense of technology, but it's working behind the scene. So actual thing stands out, and the use case stands out. And that's
Very
exactly
true.
when it works.
Very true. So technology does there, but it's the real people who are involved, and the real experience cannot be changed with the technology. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, audience, for your question. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, the esteemed panelists. So with this, we conclude the session. And before ending this, I would again, from the entire panelists and myself, I would like to thank the National Concern Museum and the Science City for inviting us for this beautiful panel discussion, and Anurag sir also for, for giving us this opportunity. And since I'm a Bengali, thank you, Kolkata Bashir Jonne, thank you so much. Yeah. I would like to ask the panelists to please
Hello.
settle down. Yeah.
Thank you, the eminent panelists, and excellently moderated for such an absolute engrossing and exciting session. Knowledge is now we can say that is accessible in many, many ways. And I think I felt these words that when experts express their thoughts, devils don't dare. So thank you once again for an excellent and really exciting presentation and delivery. So now we are really happy to felicitate them with our age-old Uttorio and memento by DDG, Deputy Director General Sri Shamarendra Kumar, NCSM. Sir, please be on dais and felicitate our panelist and moderator, everyone on stage. Big applause. Students, yeah, for you these sessions are organized and we are also here, we are also enjoying. Yeah. Now, I would request all the panelists and all who are present on the dais to stay for a moment for a group photo. We should not miss this moment. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. We now move to the Thank you. Are you leaving now?
Thank you for helping me.
Now we move to our second round of panel discussion on integrating art, science and technology in museum exhibitions. I'd like to invite the moderator in the very beginning, Mr. Nataraj Dasgupta, former Director, Central Research and Training Lab, NCSM. So please be on the stage. Now the panelists, Professor Shumanta Rao, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT, Mumbai.
IDC.
Okay.
Design.
Ms. Tanishka Kachru, Senior Faculty, National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. I'd like to invite Mr. Sunil Kumar, former Curator, VITM Bangalore, CEO, 𝐿 Technologies. Dr. Oshmita Sarkar, Visual Artist, Srishti Monipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology. Ms. Yasha Gupta, CEO, 𝐼𝐵. Now, Dr. Patricia Verheiden, designer of CERN Science Gateway, Geneva, Switzerland. We are happy to have her amongst us in online mode, but she's with us. So now the floor is for the panel discussion. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to once again welcome all the panelists. I also welcome all the audience who are waiting for this panel discussion to be witness of this panel discussion. I welcome our panelists from CERN, Dr. Patricia, who is online. You can see her. So I'd like to jump on the topic as much as possible to be very brief on that, because we have lost some time in the beginning itself. We are yet to start. We are supposed to start at 11, already 11:10. So anyway, our topic is, as you know, that integrating science, technology, art in museum exhibitions. And as we know, that art, science, technology, whatever you call, they are tightly intertwined, and they are making our life, living our life. So we cannot avoid that science, technology, and art in any sphere of activity of human being. So museum is nothing special that we should consider separately. But I would like to say that museum is a kind of unique public space where it gives people, it proves people's identity, it gives people to be aware of what they are, what they are looking for. It gives people freedom to express. It gives people to exchange dialogue. So naturally, art, science, technology, everything is involved in this. We are trying to understand in different orientations, as we see that in present days that science museums or any other museums looking for integrating or amalgamation of art and science driven by technology. So I'd like to request first Dr. Ashmita, you have certain thoughts on this, what you have shared earlier also with us. So let us know, all of us, what you think about this aspect of integrating science, art, technology in museum exhibitions.
Hello, is it? Yeah. So I want to talk mainly from the perspective of an artist and educator, and I also write. I am someone who is into theorizing art. So I want to ask people ask what is artist or what artists are doing in a science museum, which is happening a lot in the last like 50 years almost, and in India it has taken off in the last 20 years.
Right.
So it is there, they actually ask open-ended question, and museum is about artifacts and museum is about history and different kind of like timelines and key events in the history of science. But artists, they can bring those facts and artifacts into life through their exploration. And artists, they can, in museum, we are nowadays, people are the mostly involved with engaging the public. It's not only telling people about information and telling people about and sharing knowledge, but make people an active participant in knowledge production. And artists can do that. Artists can make a bridge between these two worlds. So this is my thought. So we are supposed to do a presentation. No.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this is my thought, and I can share my own experience with working with scientists to create some art exhibit that are not only serving as beautification, but also they get involved with the process of science and methodologies of science and how science discovers new knowledge. So nowadays artists, they are not only making beautiful things, they are creating engagement in a meaningful way. They are making people more curious. They are actually like opening up an imaginative possibility of science. So this is what art can do. And of course, design and technology, I have worked with designer and technologists. They would be better positioned to explain it. But for art, like design and technology are the mediator of this creative work. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. As you know, that science museums, it's a big question that what way art is there in science museums. But if you study the history of art in science, like scientific illustrations, we know the medical science illustrations of Vesalius, or prior to him, and afterwards also, and how science was more understandable, more prominent in public access, and for learning science, understanding the human body, and later on with engagement of technology in art. So it's gradually got into such a situation that without art, without expression through illustrations and visualization of scientific phenomenon, scientific objects, we don't understand science really. So art is very much involved in depicting science in science museums. So without that, it's not possible to convey what message we want to give it to the public. But at the same time, with technological development, especially after industrialization, and if we consider the last century, we have found that a lot of technological advancement happened. And gradually we started to get things as close as possible in reality. And that has come up in such a way in this era of digital technology. I'll come to Professor Sumant Rao, since he is in such kind of technological interfaces development for museums. I know his work in Ajanta Gallery. So I would request you how visualization of may not be only scientific topics, even any subject matter to present in museums, how technology can help to visualize to interpret and to know things intuitively through aid of technology.
Can I take it?
Yes, it's for you only.
I think art, science and technology are actually not too separate. I myself come from an aerospace engineering background and have then done design, and I'm into animation and stuff like that. And I really do not see that much of a difference. It's all in the same domain. Art, science, technology feed on each other. I would like to demonstrate through some of my
Can you play
work.
ITT?
This first, can you just play my presentation, please? Yeah, so the first project that I want to show you is this virtual experiential museum on Ajanta. Yeah, so can you play that? Hope it's, yeah. Oh, it's gone to the next one. Okay, if that plays, I'll show it to you. But if you see on the right-hand side over here, this is a part of the museum where we have created an entire panorama of Ajanta, which is exactly in the shape of the valley. And you can see the caves lined along it. And you can experience this using a tablet where you actually see the entire site in 3D, and you can go into each cave, you can see the interior, exterior, and travel within this small area. You can literally have a tour of Ajanta in this. Now, one of the things, this comes with a museum experience. Now, museum experience without the technology is also an immersive experience. Now, when we say immersive experience, you mean digital technology involved. But a museum experience itself is immersive because you're coming to a place, you're immersed in that, and you experience whatever the subject of the exhibit is in that space. But to experience this museum, people have to go to the museum, and it might not be within reach for a lot of people. So with the coming of technology, we create a lot of digital assets and various sort of things that can be reused in different ways. So one of the things that I would like to really talk about is democratization of museums, where how can you use digital technology in this museum space and then reuse that in different other places. So for example, on the left hand side, you can see Professor 𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵𝐿𝐵, a very well-known name in archaeological circles. And he is checking out a DIY version of the VEMA, and where using the tablet, instead of this big panorama, we have printed separate caves, and it gives you the same experience. So if these are made available as printable forms, and people can print it out, paste it, and the app is available, people can actually create their own museum at their own, schools, in the communities, wherever. So little children can actually create their own museums, which are, the resources come from all the money that is spent in creating museum spaces in, like this VEMA is in the National Museum in Delhi. So you can actually create smaller versions. For example, this is an immersive headset. Now, a Google Cardboard is a very simple substitute. It doesn't give you the same high definition sort of video experience, but it gives you something. Okay? If you can go to the next one. Slide. Next slide, please. Kids can make a holographic display quite easily, and this can be used to create your own museum. So children can actually do hands-on curation of their own museum at their place. I will show you, this is something that I was very inspired by, of how do I get all the stuff that we have developed for the museum to be accessible to even the most rural areas of the country. Yeah, can you go to the next slide? Previous slide, please. Yeah, so we did an experiment along with 𝐸𝐭𝐸𝐧𝐚𝐿, Professor Kavi Arya in IIT, who actually the project is about robotics and teaching robotics through STEM. He was inspired by my DIY idea, and we basically conducted competitions between various schools across the country, and we taught them a little bit of the technology, photogrammetry, how to do 3D objects and stuff like that. And you'll see, just can you click on that link, please? And the students created their own virtual museums. They went into their local areas. Is the link working? The link, the blue link that is there, can you please click on it? So anyway, so this I would have really liked to show you.
I understand your point of...
So the kids made beautiful 3D objects of local artifacts, did the research on that object, and created virtual museums which were then collated, and we actually had children's creating an entire wonderful museum of artifacts from around the country. Yeah?
Right.
So this is something that I wanted to share.
I'll come back to you. Let me take others' view also. I want to talk something about how really the modern science, the science of in the level of the work being done in sound and many other areas of emerging sciences like quantum mechanics and all those things. It is very difficult for in general public to understand and visualize what it is really. So today we have with us Dr. Patricia from Sound, I think Geneva. So I have, Patricia, are you there? Can you hear me? Is she online?
Can't you hear me? I can see you, I can hear you.
Yeah, I have a question for you, please.
Yes.
You know, the art to come will be giving form to our scientific convictions. It will be profound enough and substantial enough to generate greatest transformation the world has ever seen. Since you are in Sun, and we know that the level of science, what you depict in your exhibitions and other communications for school students and in general public, do you not feel it is difficult to make those things understandable the people who are not having that level of knowledge? And if it is so, how you tackle with that kind of challenges?
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, sir. Slides, please.
So, indeed, we are the European Laboratory for Particle Physics, and we have thousands of engineers and scientists who are collaborating to do research. But actually, since the beginning, we also try to communicate to the outside what we are doing. We do this on-site, we do this off-site, and until recently, most of the projects we had, they were targeted to high school students and adults who already had some knowledge on physics. Now, in October 23, we opened CERN Science Gateway. It's our new outreach and education center, and here we target a much younger audience. With the exhibitions, we target 8 years and onwards, and with the workshops and the activities, we target 5 years and onwards. So when we started with the project, we defined our goals. We wanted to engage with people of all ages and all backgrounds with the science and the technologies that we are doing at CERN, because we want to inspire the next generation of scientists. So we want to inspire young people to become scientists, to become engineers. We also want to empower our visitors to make sense of the science that shapes our lives. We also want people to realize how important it is that fundamental research is happening, and we want to build ties across the member states and beyond. Now, Science Gateway consists of 5 buildings. Those buildings are connected by a glass bridge. We have space for exhibitions, space for workshops and demonstrations, shows, movies, and different kinds of events. In my talk today, I will focus on the exhibitions, and those are spread out over 3 buildings. And the glass bridge intersects with each of those buildings. So the first exhibition that visitors will encounter is called Discover CERN. And Discover CERN consists of 2 parts. First, we talk about Accelerate, and here we start with an immersive sonography. And this transports visitors to the underground tunnels where the protons are accelerated. In the exhibition, we have scenographical elements, the tunnel, but we have real objects from the accelerators, and then we have hands-on exhibits, as many science centers have. Of course, those hands-on exhibits and also multimedia exhibits, they are particularly focusing on all the technologies needed for accelerating the particles. By starting with the technologies, things like vacuum, magnetism, cooling, insulation, we start with something that is kind of accessible for the visitors. So we don't immediately start with the difficult science. Then when we go to the next part of Discover CERN, we talk about the collisions. Here we have artistic representations of how the experiments look like. And again, hands-on exhibits, real components, multimedia interactions, and visitors discover how the particles collide, how we handle the huge amount of data, and how the analysis is happening. Then visitors go to the second exhibition. This one is called Our Universe. We have first part, Back to the Big Bang. We take visitors on a journey back in time to the very beginning, 13.8 billion years ago. And on the walls, we visualize the history of the universe, so something very visual, something very beautiful, with print and projections. And then we have 2 central tables, and on the tables we have multimedia interactive, where visitors can learn what we know about the universe and how we know those things. Now, we didn't only want to look back in time, we also wanted to look at the future, because science is in no way finished yet. There are still many, many things that we don't know, and where the scientists are looking to find an answer. Now, it's kind of difficult to make an exhibition of stuff that you don't know yet. So what we did here, we collaborated with artists. CERN has an artist in residence program. And here, artists come to CERN, they exchange with the scientists, they exchange with the engineers, and based on that, they created an artwork. We made videos of those interactions. Those can be seen in the exhibition, but most importantly, we have 4 artworks from 4 different artists. There is a Japanese artist, there is a German artist, there is a Swiss artist, and there is a Korean artist. And those artworks result from talking with scientists about all the stuff we don't know yet. And then finally, when visitors come to the last exhibition, there we talk about the quantum world. The world where the elementary particles live, and this is indeed quite a difficult thing to understand. So what we did here, we create an immersive experience where visitors walk through different rooms with a headset, and in each room we have artistic interpretations of quantum effects. This is done with projections on the floors, projections on the wall, And together with the narrative through the headset, visitors will experience the weird laws of the world where the electrons and all the other elementary particles live. This is a quick overview of what we have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a glimpse of this on how they are thinking to present their concept of particle physics and involving artists to represent what we do not know we are going to know in future. It's really tough job to do such kind of projects. And it's good that they have resident artists too to depict science. So far as we are in science museums and leading science museums in India, National Council of Science Museum doesn't have that kind of residence program. I think this is one way it will open up the opportunity of integrating art, science and technology if we have such kind of opportunities in science museums. So thank you very much, Patricia, Dr. Patricia. So I have next question to Joshua Gupta. To be more specific, how do you find an artist's imagination to recognize that new technology can be deployed for the purpose of promoting new museology to fulfill the demand of contemporary and future audience, as it can be used further for the interest of democratization of museums, inclusivity, co-creation, liberty of expression, exchange of dialogue.
Thank you so much. Hi everyone, my name is Yosha. I'm the founder of 𝐸𝐵. And just a candid, this thing here that I don't come from the world of museums. I don't even come from the world of art. I come from the world of tech, and that too fintech. I've worked over 15 years in fintech. Art was a big passion. Traditional Indian art and craft was a big passion. And that's how I started 𝐸𝐵. And I have to say that being, this is the first museum expo I'm attending. This is the first time I'm meeting so many museum professionals in one place. It's a little intimidating, I have to say. And I can imagine that, how museums are an intimidating space for users as well, for consumers as well. And what we're trying to do at 𝐸𝐵, while not, directly working with museums, many museums, we've started to work with a few museums, is how we can democratize access to traditional Indian art and culture using technology. So if we can go to my first slide, I'm going to give examples of what we've been doing at 𝐸𝐵. So we started creating these online art workshops. Now these are traditional artisans, right? I mean, I like to say artists. I don't like to use the word artisan because most of them are artists now. They're contemporizing their art as well. So these are traditional artists who live in small towns and villages. Most of them have no voice or presence in the online world at all. And what we've tried to do is we've created these beautiful master classes with them where we've gone and recorded, like think of it as masterclass.com, but for the traditional, folk arts, tribal arts, and the other arts and crafts of India. And we've gone and recorded this with them where they can teach their art or craft to anyone across the world. Could you go to my first slide, please? And these master classes and online workshops, the one before this, have been attended by over 25,000 people across the world. And these are paid attendees, because we're not a museum, we're not a not-for-profit, the previous one please. We actually charge for these workshops, and we've had over 25,000 people attending over a span of the last 3 years attending these workshops and master classes. And even in terms of social media, we've been able to create really high quality content. We have over 100,000 followers just on our Instagram. The reel in the previous slide that I've shown has over 10 million. You're going ahead to go previous, is the one which has over 10 million, views as well. It's about Dokra art. And we were always told that, not many people would be interested in watching traditional Indian art and craft, but the numbers are showing exactly that, the more we are using technology effectively, and this is simple technology. I'm not even talking about, complex technology for, art exhibition, like we've done AR, augmented reality and all as well. But right now, I'm talking about the power of technology for democratizing access, for democratizing, access to anyone across the world and making sure that people can, thank you so much. This is previous? Previous, So the power of technology for democratizing access. So in the world of startups, which is where I come from, We call this growth hacking. And I feel like, hearing all the talks that I've been hearing, I feel like there's a space for growth hackers in museums as a role, literally, where technology can be infused not just for creating beautiful, exhibits, for, collaborating, but for making sure that you reach as wide an audience as possible, right? So, for example, again, I'll give the example of my own team. We have researchers who write beautiful research articles, but what's the point of these research articles if they don't reach to people, right? If thousands of people can't click on it, they can't find it on Google. So hence, something as simple as search engine optimization is so important. But, people who come from traditional research backgrounds have never done that. So we always need to make sure that someone from our technology team really makes them familiar with that. So I think technology does need to be infused in museums, within the museum professionals as well, not just as a tool, for creating beautiful exhibits, but for really leveraging and making sure that, people can have access to it. So with our traditional artisans, like I said, we've created these masterclasses. And, these are very simple to host as well. There's SaaS platforms available where you can just host this content. And then again, it's about that marketing and distribution that I spoke about, right? So I think my first point is around thinking of technology in terms of not just for creating beautiful exhibits, for creating immersive experiences, but also technology for distribution and marketing. That's something which is very, very important, because ultimately art has to, art, science, everything has to go out to people. People shouldn't feel intimidated about coming into museums as spaces. They should feel like, these are fun spaces. These are spaces I already know a little bit about because, hey, I saw something on social media that was interesting and hence that attracted me and I want to go in. Right? So that's the first point. The other point is about Indian art itself, which is what we work with, and how that can be used beautifully in all kinds of spaces. And thank you to Science City for, this is a mural that we've just done for the Science City in 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚 art, which is pioneering women in science, 10 pioneering women in science across ages, showcased in 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚 art by a traditional 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚 artist. And with this, we've created like a whole augmented reality filter as well, where you can actually go. So everyone here, please do go and see, this mural if you haven't already. Learn about these pioneering women in science. And, you can actually use augmented reality, learn about each of these, pioneering women. There's some elements which will come alive as well. So it's quite fun to be able to see this. But like I said, I think this is secondary for me. For me, as a startup founder, as a tech startup founder, the most important part is how technology can really help democratize access. And in terms of Indian art, I think Indian art is so amazing to even create immersive experiences for community engagement and really drive, making the community come over as well. So the same, mural that we've done at the Science City, yesterday and today we are hosting a 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚 art activity as well, where it's the same 10, women in science. We've created these art sheets in 𝐈𝐴𝐺𝐴 art. Children are coming in, adults are coming in, they're learning the coloring technique, right? So imagine this is an amalgamation of science, art and technology all together and driving community engagement and marketing. This mural is going to stay here and it's going to drive, engagement for a few years to come at least. That's the power of, collaboration between art, science and technology. So I think my point is about tech, while it can be used for very, very complicated things as well, but it can, I think its biggest power is in terms of really making sure that access can be widened and we really get in people into our spaces.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true that if we want to really make the thing, explore the thing in itself, so without technology it's really not possible to have such kind of layering of informations and making access of, layered information, data or history or whatever you call. So for static display of like 𝐈𝐴𝐺𝐴 Pattachitra painting doesn't say everything. So you need to have technology infusion in interpreting art and science both. I will come to Dr. Tanishka Kachru. We are very close friend for a long time. We have great association with her. So I have, since you are working with people, with local people to develop museums with their own thoughts and ideas. So it's great that, involving people, mass, as creator of the museums. So I have that one question to you, that you are creating such a museum or such an exhibition with the people who are maybe craftsmen, may not be craftsmen, may not have certain level of educations, but they have certain skills. So how you find that kind of creativity, creation impacts the society?
Thanks, Nataraj. One of the greatest advantages of being in an educator and in an educational institution is that you can pretty much, experiment with a lot of things. And one of my interests, as you said, is actually thinking about, capacity building for creating community-driven museums. I've worked across very diverse landscapes from, close to where our institution is in Gujarat, in Kutch region, which is this very dry desert region, with the groups of women who make beautiful embroideries for Seva, and developing a participatory process for them to imagine their own museum, to up north in the Himalayas in Ladakh, working in a Gompa with monks and their local village community. And one of the things that I realize is that when you are working with the community, you are not just thinking about something which is driven by as in traditional museums, by collections, and you're really working with living heritage, you're working with people's stories, and everybody has stories to tell. So we work, and that there is this idea of intergenerational knowledge transfer. What I am able to do along with my students, of course, is to design these workshops for participatory visioning of, what would this museum mean for that particular village, that society, that community, and not in just terms of showcasing themselves to the world or people who come and visit them, but also in terms of telling their own stories to their own generations that come by. Like, for example, in Ladakh, during one of the workshops, I asked one of the oldest persons in that village, a woman who was almost 100 years old, and she was very keen that she would come and do workshops in the museum. And what did she want to do? She said, I really want to teach how to light a fire with 2 stones. That's what I want to teach. And this generation, there's with the climate crisis is a very real thing in Ladakh. And they had a massive kind of a flood event just 10 years ago. And, you think about, what is this thing about lighting fire with 2 stones? But she was really thinking about, how these survival skills are being lost. And in these kind of disaster events, how, even in the future, people will need them. So that was truly kind of an amazing experience. But I'll just quickly also then talk about what is the approach behind this. Now, I come from a legacy institution, so it's very hard not to talk about that legacy. And yesterday, when in the inaugural event, Professor Mande was talking about how in the 70s, NCSM has its genesis in CSIR. I was thinking about, so what was happening in NID in the 70s? Because it started in 1961. And we were already, as an institution, of course, I was like literally born in the 70s, but still, I'm a historian as well, so I look into these things. There were professional services that they were offering, across many things, especially museums and exhibitions. And I think one of the first projects is 1964-65. The designers and founders worked on designing for the India Pavilion at the New York World's Fair. And when I look back at the history of that World Fair, it's really interesting because the IBM Pavilion made a debut at that World Fair and made this huge big splash about how technology was going to change and shape our worlds. So design, as you know, is, it's a very interdisciplinary kind of area. So aesthetics, technology, social sciences, they're all part of how we work. And so understanding human behavior is a big part of, what we, of the design process. So I'm just going to quickly take you through this idea of designing digital interactives for rural audiences. I train exhibition designers. It's the oldest and the only program which is training exhibition designers in the country from 1977 onwards at the NID in Ahmedabad. And we've also, the institute has also been actively actually sort of making and acting as a consultancy service. So there is an opportunity for experiential learning for our students. So the questions that kind of drive the experiments that we do in the classroom and in our professional projects is, what can be these approaches to not designing with technology, but design of technology for these interactive digital exhibits? And how can we actually work with the semantics to influence our audience? Right? So we've had, lots of ideas about how we think about audience as guests, clients, but I like to think of them as, explorers and discoverers, and, somebody else also used this word, ambassadors. So here is in rural Rajasthan, Khetri, a museum that we started working on back in 2012, when these interactive technologies were just, sort of making a move into museums. And I think NCSM was one of the places where you could see most of it, but not in many other museums. This exhibit actually is about actually taking a set of animated films which talk about, this is a museum, biographical museum on Swami Vivekananda, taking these animated films which were content that was available to us, and then, how do you create an experience of that engages your audience? So here I'd like to talk about, this idea of when we do tangible interface design, this idea of performativity, right? Usually we design for cognitive experiences, but in our exhibition design approach, we try to kind of combine it with this sense of playfulness where you also learn through the body. So it resulted, it was prototype, fabricated, and eventually kind of done in our labs. And it uses something really simple. Sorry, just go back. It uses another thing is powerful visual metaphors. So you're drawing water from the well, and as you draw water from the well, a new kind of animation plays and you hear the story. And a well is something that rural audiences are used to, and a well, going to the, the well is also a social space, right? So to encounter stories in this space is quite natural for that audience. Then, what are the narratives that drive the design of these exhibits? So we really think about, how can rural audiences locate themselves in global histories? And this is another one where we're talking about Vivekananda's voyage and its experience through a ship deck. Again, keep in mind, this is designed way back in 2012. I mean, today we would do things very differently, but it's in good running condition. The Ramakrishna Mission, which runs this museum, actually takes very well care of it. And like in the other exhibit, actually it's working with just this, that how you click the mouse, that's really the technology in there. So it's very simple, easy to maintain, and we've trained the people there to take care of it. So this idea of travel and discovery for that local, rural audience was something that we wanted to have a performative experience of through these exhibits. I'll be very quick.
Yeah, please.
I have a couple of videos I'll show you. This is another one. So here is somebody using, so you have this, the wheel that you turn, and that controls the speed at which you see the map and the animation of how Vivekananda traveled through Japan. And you can control it to any pace that you want. You can even go backwards if you like. Okay. This is another one where you're actually, sort of retracing his, it's a very commonly seen thing now, but again, remember this was back in 2014. And I'd like to end with this. This is one of the...
We have very little time, please.
Okay.
Wind up.
Last one is this one. Yes.
Yeah.
Atulji was talking about this.
Yeah, I know. We work together for this.
And we work together with NCSM. They kindly let us do an experimental workshop, and that's our moderator himself with the VR headset. Thank you so much. Sorry for going over time.
So we could understand how even the rural people can create their museum, as well as technology can be helpful to interpret your theme of the museum, or they will see the museum as their own museums, creating such kind of interactions. We have with us Mr. Sunil Kumar. He is waiting for such a long time, and we too are contemporary. We have worked together in NCSM for a quite a long time, and I have some questions because I know you, your work. Museums are emerging as universally accessible and inclusive cultural public space for exchange of dialogue and expression of opinions through meaningful blending of art, science, technology. Whereas science museums in India have been tagged as place for learning for students and teachers, not general public, not young generations. It is tagged for students. So, science museums, they miss out a very big cross-section of audiences. How do you see science museum reaching out to untapped audiences through amalgamation of art in science and technology?
Thank you. Is it audible?
Yeah, audible.
Thank you, Nataraj. It's a pleasant homecoming for me. I started my professional career in Calcutta in Birla Museum. So, Calcutta has changed a lot after that, but nevertheless, let me come back to the point which we were discussing. I am basically a science museum professional, out and out. Means I give more importance to the science. There are two silos in science museum what we talk about. One is the science methodology and one is the science as a body of knowledge. But when we in the science museum, we normally talk about the science methodology first, because that is for the scientific temper. Because in the science museums in India, in fact, started with increasing or inculcating the scientific temper. So the scientific method is very much important for in a country like India, the developing. But if you go back to the beginning of the science museum in India, that is the 1959, the Birla Industrial and Technological Museum, which was started on the background of, on the lines of Deutsches Museum of Germany, which was started in 1903, which was when the industrialization was coming up. So we as a nation wanted to embrace the science and technology and industry. So the museum, the first museums of India, the Birla Museum and also subsequently the museum in Visvesvaraya, where I had an opportunity to work for about 15 years. So these are the museums where, on the first generation Indian museums, where technology, communicating and getting people ready for starting or embracing the technology and industry. That was the need of the hour then. So we were not very keen on taking art museum line, where maybe more people are familiar with that. They can connect with them, because the reason with the two different reasons why I find science and art stay apart is art can connect with people because of emotional connect. It is more of a subjective experience that the art is giving to. So when it is subjective experience, you have the feelings, you have your emotions, you feel it, and you can enact that, you can perform that kind of an experience. Whereas in science, it is slightly different. You need to know, you need to have some skill so that you can adopt it. So that training comes from engaging. So how to engage science? So you need to give them interactive experience. So that is how, if you go back to the history, in fact, the interactive experience started with Exploratorium, where the first time they, in the sense, integrating art, science and technology. So that is in 1969. Of course, we took a little more time to adopt that technology of embracing art also to the science and technology. The advantage of art is in science is that you can also make them feel that what you learn in science can be experienced through emotional connect. The reason why we engage more senses in any kind of learning, the amount of experience or the usability of that knowledge depends on how many senses you engage. So the more senses you engage, the more neural networks are getting fired up. So it is easy for you to use that knowledge quickly on application. Otherwise, the knowledge stays like we in the schools and colleges, whatever we learn, it stays in your mind. You are not able to use it because you are not applying that in using a neural or network connect. The network comes only when action and feedback. The action and feedbacks are given only by the interactive models. So that is why science museums stood away maybe from, but then the problems that we face today is different from what we had earlier. Now we have problems like climate change. Climate change or something of that kind, you cannot deal with just science museum models of the yesteryears. We need people to engage them. Community participation is necessary. Artist involvement is required because you need to make them feel that this is the impact of a change in the climate that makes you the daily life of a person. So you need to engage them also to the dialogue, bring them to the science museum and work together. In this process of working together with professional artists is very rare in a science museum in India. I had an opportunity to work with a group of professional artists from Srishti School, from where, she is coming from the Srishti School. When we took up an exhibition on mathematics, it was difficult to, it is an abstract concept. Then how do you connect to the people? So then we had a collaborative work. It's about 8 to 10 months we worked together. Artists, scientists from International Center for Theoretical Sciences and curators all together interacted and then brought out some interesting, engaging exhibits on mathematics. So that way, we need actual participation from different walks of people from different walks of life. That is what is more important than creating all exhibits, because that's the way Science Museum in India we used to do. All work done by one person. That's not the correct one. Yes.
Thank you very much. That the reality you have told about how we used to work and what is the current situations, how we are supposed to work. So I feel that question of integrating art and science and technology comes because we are approaching, we always try to go, portray the reality. What we see in real life, how we feel in real life, we try always to create that kind of situations. As you know, we from black and white televisions to color televisions, now VR headset, now interaction with that. So as if we are being in the real life situations. At the same time, real life situation is possible only when we have multi-sensory inputs. and the integration of all multisensory inputs, we call it as sixth sense. All senses are not of individual existence. They are interconnected. So while interpreting any subject in the museums, we should have that kind of interfaces where we can have multiple senses to interact with the objects as you were talking about. So art is such an, depiction where it is not only visual senses acting on that. The ambience, the sound of it, and all together it acts to create such kind of impact on our understanding. So without art, if we want to convey any message, maybe it about science, maybe about history, whatever you call, it's not at all possible to have such kind of situation. And technology is that which helps us to do that. In fact, we have a lot of dilemmas, whether we'll have technology for art or not. AI is such a tool that anyone can have, if he or she is having skill to handle that tool, they can create a lot of artworks and creations of even poetry to anything you call. So we have certain kind of dilemmas whether we will accept or not. But probably it is going through such a phase that time will tell us, yes, you are going ahead of the thing is what has happened earlier, and it cannot survive in that fashions. You have to imbibe technology in every field of our activities. So why not art then? So I'm very happy that all panelists, they have come from different parts of the country. If you have anything to tell, please. We have very little time. I can give you 1 minute time to present. Please, within 1 minute, you have to go fast.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, actually I do want to talk about this multisensory engagement. Actually, there are lots of psychological study that show people learn about science better when they engage with their body, when they engage with their touch. Touch is extremely important. So in that way, craft and embroidery. So we are talking a lot about digital, which is of course the way forward, which is what we are going to do. But the thing is, traditional media like drawing, especially drawing on pen and paper, with pen and pencil and paper, charcoal, these have a different effect on our mind itself. It's like integrate our body, our muscle with our brain, and many type of knowledge system, including scientific knowledge, people can pick out well. And nowadays, artists are also thinking about this touch and smell. There is one artist she's called, Anika Yai. So she actually made a Precambrian landscape. So she she consulted with scientists and made a smellscape. So some billion years back, how the earth would have smelled like. So these type of new invention they're actually coming from the artistic researchers. So artists, they are thinking about and they're collaborating with science and they're collaborating with designer to actually realize this vision. So this type of question can be only asked by, I'm not saying only, but many times we have seen the artists ask that. And I just want to show some artwork. So this is made by Thara Mehrotra. So these are done in NCB's gallery, and these are actually involve the tactile. So they are very tactile. They are using old media. So this old media, and I did all this, these drawings. They visualize pain. So they are absolutely like old media, watercolor on paper, and they show the ambiguity and subjectivity of pain. And this is done in consultation with a neuroscientist. So these things, artists still have this way of expressing themselves and capturing knowledge that are being sought by scientists, but still like there is things to explore. So this is how artists and scientists collaborates. And there are lots of studies that are being done with psychologists that are showing that if you actually tinker with things and if you actually draw the scientific diagram, people will like develop better and more engaging attitude towards science. And also looking at this beautiful complex artwork, they develop empathy. And empathy is very important, especially when it comes to natural world, animals and biology and botany. So we have to like develop a empathy for the environment, empathy for the other. So museum, they collect the other, they collect the natural world, specimen from natural world. But unless audience actually empathize with what is being exhibited, the impact of museum will be lost. So artists can do that through this bodily involvement, through how eye and mind is connected. So this is also my research area.
Okay. I have to conclude the session. Before I conclude, I would like to take one question from the audience. Anyone, if you have any question. I don't think anyone is having any question. It's fine. I would request Dr. Patricia. Dr. Patricia, please, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
Yeah, if you have any message for us for future museums.
I think I would advise everybody to continue the good work that they are doing. It's very important that we keep reaching out to youngsters and get them interested in science and technology.
Yes. Are you continuing? Okay, I think some glitches in. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Patricia. You have given your time from far off from Kolkata, so we are happy you were with us. And I would like to thank once again all the panelists. You have expressed your vision, your ideas, your thoughts, and shared your experience, what you have done so far. We are happy that in future, might be we can have certain kind of framework of integration of art, science, and technology in museums, and it will open up much wider space for others who are not participating in this discussion, but they will find out some other solutions, some other inputs we will get from them. We are very hopeful in future we will find a lot of integration of science, art, technology in museums, and which is inevitable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all.
Thank you, the esteemed panelists, for your enriching discussion, addressing the topic, and which was wonderfully moderated as well. So now it's our time to felicitate the esteemed and valued panelists and the moderator by Uttorio and memento. And we have amongst us Sri 𝐾𝐱𝐩𝐽, Director, VITM Bangalore, NCSM. So please be on dais. And this is good. So it seems that students have enjoyed and everyone as well. So good to have so young expert among us. Very nice. Now we would request panelist and moderator and Sir, DDG sir, please be on stage for a group photo. We are now moving towards our final session. I should not say concluding because this will continue next year or maybe for 5 years or maybe for 50 years. So the final session for today is a panel discussion on interaction between entrepreneurs and museum professionals. Hereby, I would request moderator, Sri Shamarendra Kumar, Deputy Director General, 𝐿𝐶𝐴𝐶𝐚, Kolkata, and in charge of Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata. So please be on stage. Now the panelists, yes, Sri 𝐌𝐮𝐭𝐩𝐸𝐴, Director Northeast Zone, NCSM Guwahati, Sri D. Ramesh Sarma, former DDG NCSM and consultant in NCSM, Sri Anjanabho Moitro, Orbit Animate Private Limited, Kolkata, Sri Manish Jain, Director Jain Expositions Private Limited, New Delhi, Sri Hitesh Kumar, Founder, Baraho Heritage and CEO, Splats, Sri Shrey Mishra, Co-Founder and Director at XR Central, and Dr. Rajesh Grover, Director, Pushpa Gujral Science City, Kapurthala. So please be on stage and be seated. Among the panelists we have Dr. Sayan Bhattacharya. So all are seated, so the panel discussion will start now. Thank you.
Hello. So good afternoon, everybody. I think we have a mix of young children who are our future audiences, who are there here in the auditorium. And then we have a lot of people from the museum profession. We have a great panel here, a group of people who require entrepreneurship, in where they require the help of entrepreneur to present the things there inside the museum. We have with us Mr. D. Rama Sharma, who is the former DDG of NCSM and presently working as a consultant on museum projects, science museum projects, and a vast experience of more than 35 years of in the museum profession. He has done a lot of projects there, and he's still working for many new projects which are coming up, such as Tribal Museum, Democracy Museum, and many other museums which are there. So thank you for coming, joining this panel, Sharmaji. We have with us Mr. 𝐿𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵, who is the director of Northeast Zone in the National Council of Science Museum. We have a zone in the Northeast to cater to the needs of the Science Center which are coming up there, and all other facilities which are there. He was there in National Science Center, Delhi, my colleague, and he is basically a technologist who works on a lot of computer-related things. We will come to know much more when we discuss further. Shreya Mishra-ji, he is a co-founder of XR is there. I'll just open that. And he has done a lot of things related to museums displays, especially in the field of AR, VR, and other things which are there. So, and yeah, metaverse kind of thing. So we'll, I'm come forward for that, but this is a basic introduction which we want to give. We have with us Mr. Harish Kumar, who is Hitesh Kumarji, who is the CEO of Splat, and also just Varaha. So, and he has also been instrumental in developing cultural spaces which are having blend of AR, VR, 3D tech and other things which are there. And probably we'll come to know when we discuss much more about that. And he is doing a lot of things there now, and probably in many of the museums across the country he has contributed, and we'll share his experience when we discuss further on that. We have with us Anjana Mehta, CEO of Orbit Animate Limited, which is a company devoted to the museum development of digital planetariums, in fact, and now he's gone into the digital planetariums field. He started his journey in the company in 2004, and then he has worked with many agencies across, and he has developed projects in Science City, MP Birla Planetarium, Jawaharlal Nehru Planetarium, Chennai Planetarium, many other planetariums all across the country. And he has also installed planetarium in Thailand, Iran, Sweden, Italy, South Africa. So he is one of the clientele also, probably from that perspective. And probably he is working on the first LED dome in the country. So that is another exciting area where we will have further discussion on that. He is a fellow of Royal Astronomy Society, and he's done a lot of outreach programs. We have another very visionary panelist with us, Mr. Manish Jain, who is the co-founder of Jain Expositions Private Limited, and has spent 3 decades in revolutionizing the world of exhibitions and expositions. He has developed many cultural spaces, not only in science but also in cultural space also. And we have seen him working in many other events which the ministry organizes. So not only the cultural space, development of cultural spaces, but also many events he organizes all across the country, and he is well known for that, and he has set standards considering the speed and time. He is one of the person who can be catered to that. We have with us also Dr. Sayan Bhattacharya, who has again rich experience working as an education officer in Indian Museum, one of the oldest museum in the country, and one of the largest collection of artifacts in the country, in fact. And then he has done a lot of studies with the visitors. He has done a lot of visitor research also there, and probably he knows the need of the people who is across there. And he has also visited many other museums all across the country, and probably and abroad also. And we'll like to share, once we discuss, we'll share his experience and how is there. So basically we have 2 mix of people. We have 2 sets of people. One is the people who actually want something from the entrepreneurs who are there. We have 3 entrepreneurs here, but there are several entrepreneurs who are in the marketplace today. And there is a diverse need, because
Actually, considering that yesterday we told that there's 1,200 museums are there, and just maybe a decade or so, more than 400 museums have come up. So, and it is going to increase further in another decade or so, it is going to increase. And then how we are going to meet the demand of so many museums? Because the institutions, when we are working there in a science center or museums or any other national museums which are there, they are unable to meet the demand also. So that's why this number of people, number of entrepreneurs is also increasing. So that is a challenge for that. We will discuss that about also. And then there is a big need because these museum professionals, they know that what the audience want from it. What the audience want from the museum, and because they are practicing educations officer or the practicing museum professionals are there. So they actually want, know what the audience wants. So, and also there is a new experience spaces are creating all across the museums. So museum space is not only used for just visitor, but it's also changing. The landscape is changing. New digital tools and interventions are required due to growing expectation of audience, and digital transformation is happening across. And because it is a cultural renaissance, it is happening. So not only the science museum, but the cultural other museums also, art, architecture, also museums are also expanding. So this is also a very interesting field. So I will start with Mr. D. Rama Sharma, who is the practitioner there. So do you feel that the people are now using museum spaces as public space, which is very different from which was a decade or two ago? And if you see that is a changing need, then what are your expectations from museum entrepreneurs who are there?
Hello. Hello. I have seen the visitors' requirement changing over period in my last 35 years of professional experience in the field of science, museums and science centers. And this exposure has recently spread to the other museums after post my retirement, when I started working on various other projects and museums of other nature. Maybe around 2 decades back, people were simply, they were coming and the engagement in the museums was look at the showcase or maybe touch, press a switch, something happens, some LED moves here and there, or maybe some motor rotates or something happens, and there ends the engagement, and then the visitors used to move on. So now with the digital technologies coming, actually penetrating into the lives of every common citizen, especially, right from the rural background to the elite or in all cross sections of the society. With the mobile in hand, people want very quick results and engagement only in the digital domain. So this expectation from the visitors puts a lot of pressure on the museum professionals. The museum professionals, their needs are basically to have a fruitful engagement for the visitor whenever he spends whatever quality time inside the museum. And the unique features that the museum can offer to the visitor so that when they go back, they remember what they have seen and they spread the message to his friends and fellows. If you go there, you must see that place because of this particular feature. You don't get anywhere. So these kind of impressions the museum professionals try to imbibe in their presentation so that the public revisit is possible and thereby more and more engagement keeps happening. And this has certain constraints on the part of the museum professionals because everybody, all the organizations are not like maybe national level science centers where they have the capabilities of doing digital interventions. there are many other museums where they want to have certain things, but they are not equipped with that kind of a knowledge and the infrastructure to do those interventions. So this is one of the main constraint. And the other constraint is the resources, financial resources. So these constraints, both of them, warrant some external influences, external players to pitch in and to fill these gaps so that the benefit of the museum using the technology can be delivered to the public. Okay. So now, even if they have funds, even if they have some capable people inside the organization, but sometimes what happens, understanding the technology, if I have a projection technology, how and where to use it judiciously, that is more important. So you can't take a boffer gun to kill a cockroach or a mosquito. So every application requires a particular technology to a certain extent. So what I have been seeing in the museums that have been developed recently, the technology intervention has become so prominent, the main content, the deliverables are hidden, or maybe they are taking the backstage. So with that, when the visitor goes back, he says, I move my hand in the air, something happens there. So why is it happening? What is happening? How is that important to me? How is that relevant to the subject that is being talked about, the theme where it is there? So this connect, that is not happening in many of the cases. So now when it comes to the players getting into the picture to fulfill these gaps, the agencies are also try to specialize in definite fields, and they try to push that particular product to the museum. And number two is the concept on which they are required to or requested to create the experience. The proper curation part is lacking on part of the entrepreneurs who are getting into the picture. So these things have to be properly moderated. Now we require museopreneurs rather than entrepreneurs in this field. With this, I just stop and ask the other people.
I think, thank you. You just touched upon the main subject that you require museopreneurs kind of things. So I move on to Mr. Hitesh Kumar, because he's been doing as a CEO of SPLAT and Vara. Do you feel that the traditional method of curating and presenting art, culture and heritage in museums are changing rapidly? And do you feel that the museum need to create a dynamic and convincing story to reach out to more and more audiences? What Mr. Sharma is told, that what is being presented, that what you are developing, but you have to also modify your the approach in reaching out to the museum professionals, what they require for that. So in these 2 points, if you can elaborate with your experience in Vara and SPLAT for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I would definitely want to outline over here that the museopreneurs, as you rightly mentioned, I mean, I'll use this word quite often now, in fact, on my visiting card also. There are two kinds of solution providers: the entrepreneurs who are creating solutions which are long-lasting solutions, which become the bedrock of everything that can happen later on, and the other one is the service providers. Both of these people who belong to our fraternity, both of these people, they have realized that there is an immediate responsibility on them to create new methods of narrative. See, museums at the end of the day were places of learning. They still are. And the stories need to be built around whatever they are showcasing. So there are two kinds of museums. There are museums which are dependent on the physical, physical presentations, and there are experiential ones. The experiential ones also require to be there only because the new generation has new method of consuming the information. The consumption pattern is changing. See, when we were young, we were able to consume long duration content. But over here now you have to be really agile, really fast in communicating, which means that the platforms and the services, they both need to really understand it and then build solutions around them. Museums definitely have understood it. So in the past, I think 2-3 years, there has been a change, and that change is very welcoming, which also brings us to the problem which you said, that there is an overdose of technology. We definitely believe that technology needs to justify the medium or the content. So technology needs to be completely invisible. I believe that in both these, with all of this understanding, I believe that the entrepreneurs also need to come up with newer methods of storytelling and even participate in the development of the stories. It's not just, so museums shouldn't always be, closed room discussion areas. They need to include more and more entrepreneurs into the storytelling methods and storytelling devices also.
Yeah. So I think this is very interesting, because then you open up another avenue for more entrepreneurs to come. So because actually we have some specialized entrepreneurs. For example, if somebody is there in digital technologies, they are very specialized. But now people want that there should be a kind of thing, I have seen, because many requests are coming, that we want solutions that turnkey projects kind of thing coming. Since I have seen that many museums are coming up, for example, connected with the place, connected with the locations, as an experiential museum also. So that also requires the kind of content creation which is there. So definitely in the past session also we heard that you cannot replace the artifacts. The artifacts are going to be there, you cannot replace that. These are the technologies and tools which can enhance your museum experience. And also now the aspirations of people are also changing. If they go to the museum, they not only experience the object also, but also the space which is all around. So that is also changing. So I think it's a very challenging task for the experiencers also, how to make space much more engaging, much more immersive for that. And that's why this museum, people, when they actually, they experience the visitors narrative and like that. Because when they experience the visitor, because what they want, what they need for that, so that also goes to the museum experience. So there's definitely a need for engagement of both the people together, which is there. And in that connection, let me go to Mr. Manish Jain, who is also there, developed several museums which are connected with art, science and like that, and who has been engaging events also for that. But what do you feel that, when you say that as an entrepreneur, what are the challenges you face in terms of manpower requirement for this kind of museum profession as such? Because we are not talking about this group which are sitting there. Maybe some of the group, some of the young people who are there, they want to go to museum entrepreneurship, or they want to do some startups, because not just a very growing field of that thing which is coming upon. So what do you feel that, what are the challenges you are facing and how you are going to recover from that? And then what are the things, and especially when you are talking about the time and scale. Because if you see, if you have to develop a museum in 2 years' time, 6 months' time or 8 months' time, and that kind of thing is coming up. So how do you face, how do you address these issues which are there?
Thank you, Dr. Samendra. As you said it earlier, we are now going to have a lot number of museums coming up in our country. Yes, obviously when the things are scaling up, so everything need to be scaled up from in the side of the professionals and on the side of the entrepreneurs. So yes, will be need, as an entrepreneur, will be needing a lot of young workforce to come and join hands with us. And secondly, also we will be requiring the museum professionals or the government sector or the museum owners to come forward and come out of this tendency of vendor and tender policies. For me, we need to have this is the larger picture. We need to develop more spaces, cultural spaces, because this will showcase not our just one subject. It showcases our culture, heritage of the country to the world. For me, the visitors are not just, obviously we have the national visitors, but we need to tell our stories to the world also. And museums are a very good medium for that, showcasing our culture, heritage, the richness we have, ages back. So yes, challenges are there. challenges are from both the sides. As a entrepreneur, we need the workforce. Yes, we need more people. The children sitting over here, the young people, I'll request them to just, come up with the new ideas. I think you should also take up this very seriously. Museology, museum entrepreneurship is going to be a very big line, very big, subject in the country. So please do seriously focus on this subject and come up with the ideas and, your trainings so that you can be part of this industry. I can promise you this industry is going to be a huge industry. That is my one thing I want to tell.
Yeah, I think, that's a point that is going to be big because all across the globe it is there, more than 7 trillion, I think, economy is there coming up across the globe, which is there. And also the number of museums are growing, number of the spaces are growing, the digital interfaces are growing like that. So with this point, when we are talking about that, the manpower and also the technology part, we have with us, Shankar, I would like to talk to you. Since you are being practicing a technologist in the science museum field, but also he has done for some other museums also which are there. Now, I will especially connect because I see one area where there is a growing demand for the projection systems. It's not only that because the museum planetariums are number of planetariums which are being approved by the government, it is increasing. There is a growing demand of planetariums across the country. Now, planetariums require such kind of solutions which are there. So, in that perspective, what are the challenges you also see for the museum entrepreneurs to come across, and how they can also, suppose that is the demand from NCSM side also, and many other museums are trying to go for planetariums. In fact, I know that many states are asking for planetariums all across. Now, planetarium is not that. You people, some entrepreneurs are doing projection systems, but it has to be catered to need to the planetarium system also. So, I'll ask this question first to Sharma, and then I'll go to Shreya for this purpose. So, Sharma, you can...
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Now, planetarium, definitely it's a very old kind of setup which really engages the people in a better way. And we have been discussing since yesterday that in what way the museum, particularly the science museum, should move. In perspective, if we see the basic aim for all these efforts is to engage and enhance the quality of engagement of the visitors. So we started with the normal display, then we added into the interactivity, hands-on activity, then further moving ahead, we started adding the technology. And then, there was a problem of overdose of the technology, then came the new media. All those evolution, if you see, these are to grab more and more attention of the visitors. And that's where the new media, particularly the one which you are talking of, the planetarium and the digital dome, that has come up. And it's a new market, particularly in India. We have been heavily dependent upon the imported technology. And my new entrepreneur and the startups friends which are here, huge market exists. Because till now, as far as the digital dome contents are concerned, we are not been able to come up to the quality content creation. And if at all it's available, it's very tailor-made to the requirement, and that's why the cost is very high. And we, in a major proportion, we have to depend on the import alternative. So that is where the, particularly the fresh entrepreneur, they should focus on to it. And for example, there are certain technologies which I think most of the institutions, particularly the NCSM has already built up. And because we are working on the government funding, there can be a kind of handshaking as far as the technology pass on is the concern. DRDO has already shown us in the past how to pass on the technology that the government institution developed, that to be passed on to the private vendors, so that it can be implemented in a better way, and we can scale up the requirement as per the demand. So now because I'm looking up the Northeast in, the demand is huge. I'm handling currently handling more than 10 projects, And most of the projects, nowadays come up with the planetarium requirement, digital planetarium requirement. And keeping in view the time scale that is expected out by the ministry, the concerned ministry and the government, the time scale provided for achieving these targets is really reducing. Earlier, it used to take more than 4 or 5 years. Now they expect the results in 1 or 2 years. So that is another challenging task, whereby I want my colleagues from the entrepreneurs which are there on the platform to come up to the expectation and build their own teams. But the market, definitely I can sort of guarantee that market is booming, market is expanding, and it is basically the good quality content as the planetarium is concerned, and the digital setup which is required for dome projection and the creation of the dome and the special screens which are required. These are now, I think it's available. Only thing is to handhold the right person who knows the technology and handhold the person who can execute it in a better way.
Yeah.
So with this background, I
think this is very interesting aspect he touched upon that. Whether there can be a business development group in NCSM also, which can pass on this, because we do basic R&D, and what CSR labs and many other labs are doing, they develop the basic technology and then pass it on to them, so that it can be developed in that way. And because there are two opportunities which I see for entrepreneurship, that one is that all across the country, the 3D film requirement on various subjects, not only in the animated form, the live form also is required, and that is a huge demand, and we are unable to fulfill the demand. I think everybody in NCSM we can tell, and but other requests are also coming. More than 50 science museums are there. If they require one film, so you require 50 films for that. So that is a huge demand for that. And then the planetariums are coming up. So now digital planetariums are coming up, so digital projection systems are coming up. They require many other shows kind of thing. So there is a big demand for that. So I have two questions for Shreya and Ms. Mehta. I will come there. Mr. Shreya, that you know that there is a dichotomy between the digital tools and the actual artifacts. So that was discussed that, and it is already told that the artifact you cannot replace, but you have this enhancing tools to make that. And then how do you respond to such kind of challenges which are there coming, and how, as an entrepreneur, how you are going to resolve these issues which the museums are facing? Not only science museums, but other museums also are facing regarding that different kind of tools which are required, which is much more, I mean, I will touch upon the sustainability topic later on, but I think it's also connected with this also, that what are the things, and do you see that there should be a balance between digital tools and analog tools kind of thing in the museum profession as such? You can just press them.
Hi, thank you, sir, for this. I think as a startup, for all of us, startups are all about uncertainty. So it's always about dealing with different types of uncertainties and also solving challenges which haven't been maybe solved before, or maybe solving the challenge in a new way. So it's like a math problem. So you can have various ways to solve it. So when it comes to, let's say, in terms of things what we do, what we've always seen is that, and I think that's also a common theme today in the panel, which is that while technology as a layer can be there, content has to be a very strong layer which ties it together, right? And along with content, I think with so many digital technologies, generally network also, which is penetrating, the community also becomes a very strong layer. So for museums, I think one very interesting layer which I see is something which can be worked upon, and with startups like all of us as well, is that the community. How do we bring the community to the museum, and then also create a touch point after the visit as well? So that's also something which we find is very interesting and engaging, because with mediums like games and VR or AR or any new fancy name, today there's AR, VR, tomorrow there would be mixed reality as well, right? So I think that's something which is very interesting. So, yesterday Hitesh and I were just discussing about this, that, okay, for example, he sort of brings in an artifact store, right? And that's a repository, and you can manage that everything really well there. what we primarily have is, let's say, gaming platform. So, how that can come together and deliver very compelling and engaging experiences across the board. And then I think another point which is usually there is that while a museum comes up, because it's a physical setup, it takes, let's say, a few years. Now, by the time it's live, the content becomes a bit older. So it's a constant challenge, which is a looped challenge, right? So I think that's also a very interesting thing for all of us to, in the space, to work together and solve, that how can we refresh the content quickly in a more interesting manner. So I think those are the bits where I think startups like all of us and generally out there in the market also coming together to solve it. And of course with AI and others also coming in.
No, yeah, that's a very interesting point, because actually NCSM as a kind of thing, we are looking for vendors all across, but we are really not finding such kind of any different diverse fields are there. I'll come to at the end of that what kind of different museum vendors we require. But that is a very, very interesting point that which we'll, I'll come back to you because there is another area which is there which all the museums require, and that is a very big demand for that. But before that, let me just complete with Mr. Mehta, which is there, because he is the person who looks after that new dome which is coming up, the first LED dome. And probably the landscape will change once that is successful, and probably it's going to be opened soon, I think maybe next year or so. Because then the digital projection system is going to change all across the thing, which is, I think everybody wants now this new format to be there, where dependence on projectors and other things go, and then we have this LED dome projection. So your requirement for, but there is a challenge here, that the cost and other things which is there. See, as a museum, when we talk about that, it should be inclusive. It's not there for a very select group of people. It has to be inclusive. So how do you face this challenge, and how do you want to do that? Another aspect which I want to test that, but Mr. Sharma has already taught that, it should be Make in India project. So how we can develop that kind of vendors in India to provide such kind of solutions as a turnkey for the, especially the digital dome projection system which are there.
So, firstly, it is very interesting because we are talking about content, and like other fields or like other exhibits, planetarium is a place where the content is the king. And of course, it is planetariums classically had been a tool which was used to for all kinds of didactic, teaching for Earth-based astronomy. We used to have a classical planetary machine in the center, which used to look very, very intriguing sometimes. And so that was the classical planetary machine, which was there for 50 years. I mean, being Birla Planetarium, being the first planetarium in India, is situated in Kolkata. We had seen since the entire childhood that there is a big machine, but there was one educator, there was one anchor, one person who used to take you through the journey, the stars, while operating the machine. So that was a very engaging 30 minutes. But now technology evolved. In the early 2000s, we have seen planetariums getting digital projectors. There was a rejection first that why digital is coming into planetariums, because the effect was far less than what the classical stars used to. It was like natural stars and absolutely immersive through the analog technology. But now, I mean, nobody can stop evolution. Of course, technological evolution is unstoppable. So it absolutely crossed all barriers, and we have the digital age in planetariums, which was early 2000, with digital projectors replacing optomechanical planetariums, projectors. And what happened in between is, now there are pros and cons, because digital projectors and the digital projection system started slowly replacing those people who were talking in the darkness inside planetariums. We started getting more and more automatic shows, play and pause shows, full dome shows. As Mr. Kumar rightly said, that there is a huge requirement now of shows. And none of these shows, unfortunately, I totally agree that they are produced in India. The problem is, you can never meet that demand and supply. India being such a big country, and there are so many planetariums already there. There are so many planetariums under the banner of NCSM. There are so many planetariums which will come, many planetariums being upgraded. We have upgraded many planetariums which are 2D planetariums in digital, 3D planetariums, hybrid planetariums, and obviously there are not many shows. And the shows are not to the liking of the Indian. So every show, everything is very, very regional sometimes. It has to be in tune of the regional taste. And India has a different treatment when it comes to, you know, the shows and other things. So they would like to see a few things. And so what the kind of shows that we import, sometimes they are very, very westernized. The treatment of the content is very westernized. So this is something which this is my understanding that, you know, again, the digital is taking a Z curve and it is now going to LED, as Mr. Kumar rightly asked me that what is, yes, I mean, now even digital projectors will now be replaced with LED. The cost is astronomical now, but with more and more advancement in technology and volume of production, it will start slowly, you know, trickling down to normal planetariums. So normal planetariums, you know, even smaller planetariums start thinking about having, you know, LED instead of projectors, because there are several advantages. We can talk about several disadvantages also, because whenever there is new technology, there are many, many contradictions. But again, I mean, the LED planetariums, what we are making in Mysore, it's a 15-meter dome. It will have about 52 million LEDs on the dome. There won't be any projectors. So there won't be any blending, any stitching, nothing. So there will be very, very bright LEDs, and LEDs can also give us very good contrast. So even the dark night sky simulation should be very, very authentic. This is something that I believe. But the content remains in its place. So this is my understanding that when we have to create, content, when we have to create more and more content, and the basic tool in a planetarium is actually not the projectors or the LEDs, or it's basically the astronomy simulation, which has to be done manually by those very creative professionals who will tell the story in darkness.
So,
Mr. Dev, yes.
So, KS actually brought up two very important aspects, which I definitely should also contribute to. Probably I am the only person who has been on both sides, developing the solutions and giving services.
Okay.
So, giving services definitely will depend largely on your ability to tell the stories and tell them correctly, nicely, and more attractively, which is going to be there for as long as, I mean, you require content. For the involvement of entrepreneurs, there are two very important things which the museum professionals need to do. One of the things is, as you already mentioned, that there are not enough content which are, global standard content. Now, global standard content requires time and investment to produce. An entrepreneur cannot produce it unless they have a roadmap which the government can show them. Okay, in the next 5 years, these are the specific areas we would require to upgrade ourselves into. And then the entrepreneurs, picking up from there, the entrepreneurs can then start investing in those, because they also require time. But once that, so everyone says make in India, but at the end of it, it is either L1 or outside India import. How do we tackle that situation? Because L1 cannot produce the quality that you require. That quality has been produced over a long period of time. That is one part. The other part is solution building. Solution building, each and every museum and science center, they are doing their stuff. They are doing all the research that is required to be done for the future. They are not telling the entrepreneurs that these are the things we are working on. If you tell the entrepreneurs can actually contribute a lot to the research that the organization is doing, and it can then become global. So these are the two very important things where the entrepreneurs feel that they will eventually be left as vendors or service providers. They cannot collaboratively work with the organizations.
Yeah, I think that's a very point. Okay, yeah, one point, then I will come to San, because it is connected with all these three points.
I do understand, but this is a very important point. As Mr. Hitesh said, we need to be involved from the early stages. But for that, we really need to change the system. What happens right now is, you being the professionals, you create and think about a museum, you make a BOQ and then float it. So where is our contribution?
Okay.
Well, why would we invest in R&Ds? If we have to work on the tenders, why would we invest into the R&D which we are not sure of? So that's my question. So
yeah,
either we
I will come back to that answer, because then I go back to San, because he has not spoken so far. San, because you are an education officer and you have one of the largest collections in the country of artifacts, and also you are probably 9 galleries are being recreated and being developed for that. And so this experience, what Mr. Hitesh has raised, that you should be, the content should also come from them. So how do you see that? And with your experience, that what visitors want from the museums as such, so that has been added to that component, because we are finding out vendors for that purpose. So can you just elaborate and then address one of the problem which is there?
Yeah, thank you so much. The concept, as we were discussing, that concept of museum is changing. And nowadays we are more inclusive. And Indian Museum, being the oldest and the largest museum in Asia, every day around 400 to 500 children, they visit the Indian Museum. And I personally interacted with student community and also the other visitors. Their most demanding thing is hands-on activities. Hands-on activities is one of the major component. Because if you see any museum, the strength of museum is the collection. And in our museum, we have around 1,08,000 objects, and out of which we are only displaying 6% of our total collection because of the lack of space, But we need to curate exhibition or any other kind of thing that technology can help us, so that people can see other objects. People can play with that objects. Because we need to understand one thing, that object can't speak, but they are many story to tell, right? So that is, I think, this is called the amalgamation, like history and science. So with the content of that particular object, with the help of technology, I think we can make that object alive, and students and other visitors, they can understand the relevance of that particular history. So that way, I think this science and technology are most welcome to the historical museum and this historical perspective.
Thank you. Sharma ji wanted to say a few things, because immediately he has got
Hello.
point. Yes.
Connecting a couple of observation points what they have mentioned. So one thing is, Manish has talked about BOQ based tendering. So the organizations which are capable of designing and knows what they actually wants, only those go with the kind of a BOQ based tender. So they are sure what they want. Like that, such organizations are very few. Most of the organizations which wants a museum to be set up, they go on QCBS based system for tendering. So you come with your novel ideas of presenting, novel ideas of engagement, and then you pitch your case, and then accordingly it is selected. So that is not the case always. This is one point I want to say. The other one is, most of the people, technology and bringing entrepreneurs, they are coming and meeting the museum professionals with their technologies for single engagement, 1 person or 2 persons engagement. Whereas the science centers, all the museums, they are not for 1 person or 2 persons. We have groups. You have families coming, maybe group of 10, 15 people, maybe group of 50 people. So all the engagements designed by the entrepreneur should be able to cater to group engagement so that there is less waiting time for the public, because visitors go to the museum, spend maybe half an hour, see everything and then go back. During that half an hour or 1 hour time, what quality of experience you can provide, that's more crucial. So you have to have a wider base, more people at a time participating. So that kind of experiences are the need of the hour. And for benefit, for past maybe around 10 years back or so, there were some requirements for smaller organizations. सब हमको एक multimedia kiosk चाहिए, हमको maybe एक projection करवानी है, projection mapping. So these kinds of small and more or less standardized requirements, I had advised some of the people to standardize your product and upload it on the GEM portal. So anything, as you know, the government of India, the procurement norms, beyond a certain limit you cannot go. You have to go for tendering. So to avoid that, we have requested them to put their product, the photograph, on the GEM portal. Anybody can straight away place order, you get and you supply. So there you will have to standardize the kind of your product that you are doing so that everybody can take benefit of that part. So in this similar line, the EXA Central and several other organizations have been working on metaverse. So as Science said, you have a lot of collection, you use only 6% of them for the display. So these vendors should come out with a metaverse platform where the curator sitting on his table, he will pick and choose the objects you have already digitally and write his own story and put it there, and then you create a digital version of the exhibition and that you float in your this thing. So these kind of things, so all these agencies have to come out with their kind of a standardized thing and put it up on the common portal, so that the turnaround, the placement of orders, everything would move seamlessly and there will not be hurdles facing here and there. So competition is also a good thing. So you put some product and it's getting a lot of orders, then someone else will see, that will also encourage the entrepreneur. So they also pitch in and then they quote their pricing. So thereby, what we are talking about, the cost of digital interventions is high, that will also in turn will come down. Maybe someone will pop up and say, no, if this component is being imported, so I will produce this. So then make an India concept also. So all these things you can come together, then only the museum fraternity as well as the museopreneurs facility would get synergized and then move together.
Okay.
So that's it.
Vijay wanted to say something, then I will just open with 2-3 more questions are there.
Yeah,
so that how we can address those
adding
issues.
on to what Mr. D. Ramasarma has just said, as you know, we have been discussing in any exhibition, the storyline, the theme, that is the king. And for the benefit of my young audience who are sitting, curator is the one who is the kingmaker. So curator does the selection of the artifact, the curator does the selection of, in fact, the technology which will be there. So in fact, we in NCSM frequently conduct training program for the curator, so that, you know, apart from the subject matter, they are also exposed to the technology aspect of it. We have such training programs are continuously conducted, and they are exposed onto the what kind of technologies are there. And this is why this is a basic fundamental reason that among all the ministries, NCSM is supposed to be the very well-oiled machinery who can produce, who can build the best of the exhibitions available in the market. So having said that, in future, what I think is, as my entrepreneur or museopreneur have already suggested, they should also be on board whenever such programs are conducted, we can always suggest and recommend these kind of intervention, and they can be also on board whatever they are developing as far as the technology is concerned. They can be showcasing their technology, and during such programs, curators would be using their technology, and that kind of ecosystem has to be, it's already exists, but it has to be taken to a further one more steps, whereby my museum emperor also they should feel the part of the system, and they should not feel alienated. Vendor or tender kind of culture should not go ahead. We can definitely come on to bridge this particular gap. That is my suggestion.
Yeah. So but I think this another very interesting point. This is the idea which has come up, and that this will follow that. But I think there are other areas where we require museopreneurs, as Sharma just said. I was looking, for example, I was in Victoria Memorial Hall, and I was looking for some vendor who can develop a ticketing solution for the museum, online and computerized ticketing. So even after 3 months of trial, I could not get any vendor. So whether these are the avenues which are coming up for the museopreneurs who can develop such kind of solution for the museum, because now every museum are being asked to go for online and also computerized ticketing. This is one avenue for that. The other avenue which I said, that because I was in touch with some Patna authorities, Patna museum authorities, they are looking for souvenir vendors, and they floated the tender, but no vendor quoted for that. And it's a huge potential because they receive lakhs of people every year. As Mitesh, you are also in this thing, but you have developed a lot of souvenirs for that. I'd like to address, and I would like to open this forum to everybody, that what are the areas where this kind of museum entrepreneurship can be developed, because some young people can think about that. What are the areas where this museum still which is not explored, whether we can do, because NCSM also, I think, cannot depend on only NCSM curators to develop those ideas, because the kind of, DG told that 33 projects are there. If every curator thinks about that 33 concepts, or 33 into 2, 50 concepts are there in science-based. You are doing presently on culture-based, artifact-based. But now you also require to develop, engage people, some curators or freelance curators who are there, who can give you concept ideas on science-based topics also. So not apart from other fields also, you require to develop such kind of vendor, because then NCSM can engage in a big way. A lot of science cities are being planned, a lot of exhibitions are being planned for that. So I will express that how you can address that issues, these kind of new entrepreneurship things which are coming up, and then quickly then I will ask for that. What are the areas in which new museum entrepreneurship can be developed, because young people may like to think about that. Okay, I can use that platform, I can go for that. Yes.
Definitely it is very encouraging. I mean, listening to the three of you, it may, there is a sense of involvement, and entrepreneurs will definitely want to participate in it. The two things that I always will continue to say, one is open your vision up for next couple of years, so that we know that these are the areas where we want to invest into. That's one big area. So when you say that there are a lot of museums coming up, if there is clearly identified roadmap to those, it is easier for us to estimate how much potential we can put into bringing these up. That is one. And the other thing is, PPP model definitely should be considered, because when we were talking about, say, souvenirs, for instance, for souvenirs, museums have a certain standard through which they can possibly sell, which definitely is heavily dependent on the economy. People are very price sensitive and all. But in our understanding, people can spend more if they are getting good quality. That good quality definitely needs to be, a combination of the museum professionals as well as the entrepreneurs' understanding, which is where the entrepreneurs will also feel the kick that, okay, if I want to produce something which is premium, I should also become partner in, selling it and then getting some benefit out of it. So these are the two specific things which I believe the museums need to work on.
Yeah, that's interesting, because now you will very soon get a tender that we want RFP for vendors to create some museum souvenirs to be sold in many museums like that. Very soon, probably in my institution, probably in VMH, it is going to come up with that, because there is a lot of demand for that. So if I quickly go through that, I'm just wrapping up the discussion because we are already short of time. So one thing which is there, another thing which came to my mind that there is also big demand for entrepreneurs in managing the science centers and managing the museums. This is another area where you require trained manpower. Because what happens, the government system is there, they don't want to create posts like that. This, everybody should accept that. Either it is a private museums or a government museums. The museums in maybe state government, central government, they don't want to create many posts as such. So they require people who can manage this museums itself in operation and management. The funds will be provided to you to run the museums also. And I think some examples it is coming there in Jharkhand also. But they are looking for vendors, but there are no vendors as such. We have experimented with one because we are operating our mobile science buses through some vendor system, and that is running successfully. So now we are thinking of going for the museum management also, operation also, how they can do and like that. So yeah, museum operation is one of the entrepreneurship area where you or people also can think of diverse. I can talk to a lot of people. There can be a consortium, there can be a lot of discussion about that because we have a lot of marketplace and a lot of people are there. But I think these are the new areas which are being created. And for that also you require a lot of other new professions into your fold for that. For example, the content curation, the kind of thing which is there, it has to come there for that. So one area where you want to do and develop entrepreneurship, I will start from Sion, where new entrepreneurship can be developed in museum professional field.
Hello? Yes, of course. Because, see, one thing is very...
One area where you want the museum profession to be developed, because then you get a new entrepreneur there. So that is the idea for the young people, other people also, and then they can also think that, okay, this area we require, there is a demand in that, and then we can create a museum entrepreneur there.
A digital creation, digital story creation with the objects.
Digital storytelling.
Right.
Okay.
That is very, very important, you know.
Okay.
Because one, as I said already, that we should know what we have first. Because museum is the most powerful educators for promotion of culture, you know. So that is why, if we can actually think of, and we have to also think digitally, so that we can reach to the public. We means the object also, the story and everything. So digital creation, story creation is a
this
major,
one area which is there. I think a lot of companies are there. Manish, you want any new area which is not in your domain? So any another museum entrepreneurship can be developed?
Yeah, a lot of other areas because, sorry to...
One area other than what is there in the market. So that new area is available for...
I want to throw a different set of thoughts basically. When you say, again, museum professionals and entrepreneurs, and I think a new term has been evolved today, museumpreneurs. So it should involve a panel of all the people coming on one board.
Okay.
And see, one more thing, sorry to say that very brutally, and candid fact is that the professionals have a set of security for their bread and butter. But entrepreneur side have to pitch in and get the things out. So what is the security you can give to the entrepreneurs from the government side or from the professional side, so that we also get involved into the project from the day one?
Yeah.
That is another challenge we have to address.
Yeah.
So we should get something said very serious and good come up in the... See, even entrepreneurs want to deliver the best qualities. Because for me, delivering a best project is a showcase for me. It's a publicity for me. It's your money, it's your place. I just need to do a good work. When I do a good work, I automatically get a publicity. And that's the best publicity. So we need to be engaged that way. It's a larger issue, I know. It's how to achieve that, how to address that. But this thought process has to be changed. Okay. That is my idea.
That's an interaction.
But it's an interaction, keep on having certain things, we have to think out of the box, so that everyone comes on to think. See, one more thing I add over here. When you put the onus on us, on the entrepreneurs, trust me, we'll give you the better results.
Thank you.
That's for sure.
That's good. Mr. Mehta, if one field which...
Sir, this is, I'll draw, a reference from all the discussions and what Mr. Jain has said. It's, professionals, we have to make the planetariums an interesting venue when you have professionals conducting interactive shows. That is where we have to go back.
Okay.
This is the way forward. To bring back the people who were there 20 years back, curating a show, they have to come back to make interactive sessions inside planetariums. Then only it will be a success. I mean, then only you'll impart some kind of knowledge and also entertainment together.
So that part can be taken up by the solution providers. So
That's
you
right,
engage
sir.
those museum educators.
Rather than
and
just
that probably, that can be part of BUK itself, that you will provide a museum educator who can conduct the shows also.
Yeah, it is not that easy to make those professionals, as you know. So it is not, it's easier said than done.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
So thankfully the AI is actually helping us a lot.
Yes.
And I believe that in the coming days, AI will definitely create new opportunities for us to get involved with the institutions. But the bottom line will always remain the same. I mean, museums need to be the places of learning. They need to generate stories. The technology can only enable it so that the new generation can absorb it in the most effective manner. And for the museums and museopreneurs and the professionals to communicate, there needs to be a roadmap where the entrepreneurs can actually invest their time and effort. We don't fear anything, and that's why we are entrepreneurs. We don't fear. We don't want security. We don't want commitment. What we want is a roadmap. We want to see your vision and then contribute to that vision through whatever we are doing.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Probably we can think about as an institutional level,
so rightly,
how we can create that. But one field, one area which is there, which is required, the new museum entrepreneurship can be developed from your side. I gave you 3 suggestions, I think. Marketing, online ticketing, new films for our 3D theaters, kind of thing which is there. Souvenir is also a big challenge. Yesterday, JS also told that this souvenir is a big issue in many of the museums all across the country. Many are having that, but many museums are not having that. So how we can bring about that, customize? One area.
No, I think it's been a very interesting discussion. I think when I see in the last couple of days, we've been here at Science City, I see a lot of students also coming in, and when I look at them, I feel they can also contribute to the storytelling angle as well. So I think if we can create some of the models where the community can also contribute back, can be a very interesting way to engage as well. Because, I mean, I've been a very avid museum visitor as well, and I think usually if you visit any of the popular museums in India as well as globally, you'll feel that if there is a community connect, then they keep visiting back. So I think that's one. And the second bit, when you mentioned about the merchandise, I think when there's a lot about gaming and all, Nintendo is a very popular company which uses merchandising in a very interesting manner. So I think there can be a lot of layers with extremely good network layers available now. So the merchandise can then be utilized in a lot of more interesting ways as well, which you get. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gaming is also a big thing which is there. Because we have to conclude. I'll just.
This is what Mr. Hitesh has said. You know, we should open up. But let me take the case to Hitesh playground. Can we create some kind of exhibitions which are available on rent? But it's a huge international market. That's we are not trying in India. So in international circuit, if you find many exhibitions are available, which you can rent it for maybe 1 year or 2 years. So similarly, I want some kind of private entrepreneur should come up who are ready to invest and come up with a fantastic international level exhibition that will be available, and they can offer it to NCSM. We can definitely
with a Indian content. Yeah.
And
contemporary Indian content. We have seen the response of 2 exhibitions which we did. And contemporary themes, for example, vaccines and superworks, it was through international collaboration. We did it, but it was great success.
Another one, Anjanava has said we should bring back the
educators,
the who can really tell the story about the planetarium here. He is very right, because we had seen the impact of yesterday's demonstration from Manish Jain from IIT. It was really mesmerizing.
Yes.
Similarly, you know, the Eddie, great old friend of NCSM, I see a scope as far as because these are the individual efforts which are being very successful. But if can some private entrepreneur can also enter into this particular field, this can be really a can greatly impact this, because our interaction is through these kind of apart from the exhibition, these kind of demonstrations. We engage public through this. And third and not the least, I would love, because I see at international circuit many iconic museum building which are coming up, which they themselves are a unique place to visit. So can we come up with some set of iconic?
Yeah, architecture is another field which is there, because not many people are there, and because it's much more type kind of thing. It's a new,
can really design good museum buildings. So these are three fronts.
These are the, Shami, last word.
I need to just add two things to this, what Mr. Shekhar has just told me.
I think quickly we'll closing, otherwise.
Quite recently, I had been in touch with the state government who had the set of museums on the similar subject. So I proposed to them that they should make a content, say, for 10 museums are there. And that content can just, be rotated within the 10 museums. This answer to your dental thing. To be very frank, if you take it, candidly, like the truth behind it, maybe people are not ready to things because it's not a huge market for that. But if you as NCM and you have a similar set of people, things over there, you develop a content and you start rotating it amongst your museums. This will give a fresh thing to visitors every time. Because obviously, if I see one thing once, either maybe second time I'll bring somebody along with me, but not for myself.
Shami, quickly then I will take one or two questions from the audience also, because they are listening.
One last
What is their need, we will come to know directly here.
The creating entrepreneurs at micro level as well as macro level. So macro level, one that has been discussed about creating a India-specific exhibition that can be marketed, taken out, which has got huge profit, because in abroad they pay for all traveling exhibitions and then visit. The micro level, if you see, for the content, visual content creation, there is huge dependency on all big companies there. So if we can penetrate, or maybe at the grassroots level, at the level of the freelancers, if we can create a kind of ecosystem there, so the cost of making this high-end visual content would drastically come down, and then that would benefit the overall project cost at the museums. So that's it.
That's it. I think that's the bottom line for that. You require to diverse your also the manpower requirement, and freelance kind of thing is now very much required. I think a lot of people are there in the market which is there. So I'll just open, close this discussion here and just open. If somebody has any questions on this video panel here, yes, I think we have raised one or two questions we can take quickly. Yeah, if you can put a mic there, then. And you can say that you are from a museum entrepreneur side or the museum professional side? Which side you are in?
So yes, I am from a entrepreneur side, I would say. I'd pose this question. What are the platforms today available wherein, these thinkers and the doers and, the departments basically engage in, socializing or, sharing ideas? So what are all the platforms available today? Or can we propose something which can go to the government as a suggestion, as a policy or something like that?
You like to address? I think, yeah.
Because this museum expo that we are all participating, this is the 2.0 version. This is one of the This is one of the platform that all entrepreneur as well as the seeker, they can participate. We can discuss among ourselves. And another platform, NCSM, is another body where you can always you are always welcome. We require different exhibition. Our different requirements are there. So need is definitely to go further from the tender or RFP stage. We need to sit down further before arriving at our requirement through tender or RFP. That should, you are absolutely right, the platform is required. I do agree with your suggestion. It's a very well and very welcome suggestions.
Regarding the platform, all the national science, all the science center, most of the science centers, they have got innovation hubs.
Okay.
There they conduct innovation festivals, and there they open the platform to the outside new inventions that is happening. So whoever the entrepreneur that is there in across the country, whatever with the latest products or technology that they come up with, that would help the museum displays and fraternity, they can approach that innovation hub and participate in that, so that that becomes the channel, so that you will get the visibility and further get into the core business.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah. I think this is one. Yeah, Atul, yes, I think.
Thank you, sir. I am neither an entrepreneur nor a kind of one who commissions the museum. I'm a museum mazdoor. So I do many things in the making of a museum. I have 3 little points which I would like to raise here for the consideration, because most powerful panel is here. Is number one, in most of the museums, especially the government-sponsored museums, the building is made first, then we think how to fit things inside it. So that is one thing which should be impressed upon the government. Governments are in a hurry. They don't know when they will be kicked out. So they are in a hurry to make the building. Why? Only they know, or you people know. So first the content should be created. Then, like in a film which I write, according to the content, according to the script, then the set is made. Here the set is made first, then we have to get into that. So sometimes it's the square peg in a round hole. It doesn't fit, number one. Number two thing is that, again, because I also belong to the film industry, and like museums, it's also a collective endeavor. But in this collective endeavor, if you sit through the end of the film, you will read the name of a spot boy whose job was to bring the tea, and a driver whose job was to bring the food in a truck. But all their names are there, even if they are very tiny and very fast, but they are there. In the museums, it's only the Netaji who inaugurates it, maybe the secretary of the department who has made it, and that's it. So I think all the mazdoors like me, and all the, I see some of the NCM mazdoors also there, which were very hard-working mazdoors. We deserve our names to be there.
I think it's very valid point you have raised that kind of thing. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a very interesting point. Yeah. I think, yeah, one...
Yes, sir. नमस्ते सर, मेरा नाम देवाशीष है, मैं म्यूजियम एंटरप्रेन्योर हूँ। तो इस समारोह में जो मुझे मतलब एक टिप्पणी बड़ी पसंद आई थी, जो मिस्टर श्रेय और मिस्टर जैन ने कही थी कि L1 की भूमिकाओं से बाहर निकल के हम इस म्यूजियम की अगर आधारशिला को सोचें तो बहुत बेहतर होगा। Being myself an entrepreneur, we do want to invest a lot, but 2 चीज़ बड़ी तकलीफ देती है और पूरी प्रिज्म को जोड़ के रखती है, जकड़ के रखती है। एक तो BOQ, और BOQ में जिसका नाम आपने लिख दिया तो वो शिर से लेकर सखा तक वही चलेगा, तो वहाँ पे आप अटक जाते हैं। तो या तो हम बहुत पैरवी कर लें, या कुछ साम दाम, या मैं कुछ समारोह में कुछ शब्द का इस्तेमाल न करूँ, उसको कर लें, जो कोई भी एक आदमी, एक सफल आदमी करने को इच्छुक नहीं होता, क्योंकि यहाँ पे हम एक लेगेसी छोड़ के जाना चाहते हैं। तो ये L1 की भूमिका और ये BOQ की भूमिका से बाहर निकल के कब हम बृहद भाव से इस म्यूजियम के बातचीत को डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, ये मेरा एक सबमिशन था।
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा कि L1 की भूमिका, लेकिन आई थिंक उसमें अभी काफ़ी यूज़ हो गया है कि जब हम क्वालिटी कॉस्ट कम कॉस्ट बेसिस पे जा रहे हैं तो वहाँ पे हम L1 की भूमिका हटा दे रहे हैं। बिल्कुल अब आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, एंटरप्रेन्योर के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि वो किस तरह का चीज़ हमें दिखाना चाहते हैं। सो अभी आई थिंक अक्रॉस ऑल द म्यूजियम जहाँ पे डायरेक्ट कोई प्रोडक्ट नहीं लेना है हमें, जहाँ पे हमें कंटेंट के ऊपर जाना है, वहाँ पे हम बिल्कुल इस को हम फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हैं। वहाँ पे हमें कॉस्ट बाद में देखते हैं, पहले हम क्वालिटी पहले देख रहे हैं वहाँ पे। आई थिंक
ये टेंडरिंग में जैसे आपने the concern is well received. There are 2 types of tendering. Either you buy a product which is available off the shelf, there you define the quality what I want and then you buy it. Where there is a creativity is there, where there is a intellectual input is there, all those cases it goes under quality cum cost basis analysis. There 70% up to 7, in rare cases up to even 80% of the weightage is given to the content and the knowledge presentation, and hardly 20% is given to the financial. So there you will see whoever scores the maximum on percentile basis, they are given. So there also we bring at par with a couple of agencies who have delivered, who probably propose to deliver the expected quality. So then after that, of course, the rate amount will come into picture. So this, after the 2017 new GFR has come in the ministry, government, so this aspect has been taken care, and it has been implemented by several museums across, wherever at least I know the government of India museums are there, they have been implemented in that part.
I think, ma'am, you wanted some, I think, but we'll take 2 questions here. Mike is the most... Yes, ma'am, yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much. It was such an enriching conversation, the panel discussion was. I myself is from a museum, so it was more enthusiastic to listen to this. My question is that when we spoke about the souvenir, so wanted to understand, like in India, we have almost a 14,000 museum, if I'm not wrong, and almost in the world, we have around 104,000 museums. So this collaboration which we were talking about, micro level or, macro level, how can we go it more in a souvenir part? Because every museum is outstanding, they have their own souvenirs, they have their own merchandise. So if we need to collaborate with them, starting from India itself, what is the first step which we should take for? If you could answer.
Yeah.
I'll probably take this one. So I've understood the problem area, and that is the reason why Varaha has, although it was specifically created to enable digitization of the museums, we also realize that monetization is one of the key areas where the museums need to be empowered, and the entrepreneurs can create solutions so that the museums can begin to earn some money. But we also understand that curation and designing itself is a huge challenge, and individually if the museums start doing it independently, it will become very, very tiring. And outside India, most of the museums who are well off, they are earning 20% of their revenue from the souvenirs, and it is surprising that 32 lakh rupees per month is earned by the Bihar Museum just with selling handicrafts. So there are no curated material available. So this curation definitely needs to be independent. Government should not interfere in it. Government should, or museums should give inputs. But the curation needs to be done by the individuals who believe that the market is ripe for things like these. This is one area. So where the PPP model actually works really well, because the person who is creating it or the organization which is creating it, they are working with the museums, but they are also having some stake in it. So museums should start doing that in the initial phase. Government has no business doing business. It is always said.
True.
So they shouldn't get into the business part of it. They
I
should
think we'll
participate
take that
with the
question.
individuals.
Yeah, we have already.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's addressed. Last question we'll take because it's already I'm getting chits goes as early as possible.
हेलो सो दिस इज़ द क्वेश्चन फॉर मनीष सर कि जब आप म्यूज़ियम क्रिएट करते हैं तो आप कम्युनिटीज़ को कैसे इन्वॉल्व करते हैं?
See, this is a very important question. Yeah, museums are places not, as told, not for the one person or two person. It is for the communities. तो communities को involve करने के लिए हमें culture, heritage, subject, story, and aesthetics and the exhibits. इन सब को एक amalgamation करके we have to come out with the best of the best final product. As Mr. Atulji just told me, he just said that every part of a museum is quite important as the film industry is. So everyone has to come together, and that community has to be addressed. Obviously, it depends where are the museum, what is the topic of the museum. If we're talking about a heritage museum, it's a different kind of community and subject we have. If it's a tribal museum, we have a different set of people visiting over there. So we do keep in mind, obviously, in the, vis-a-vis with the professionals, I can assure you that this has always been taken care of. I think we are on the same page for that.
Yeah. So there are various ways to engage communities. I think a lot of museums are doing that. But that communities, if we want to engage in the entrepreneurship development also, probably the entrepreneurs also look into that matter.
Just to add to this point, all museums don't require the community inputs. There are, wherever the local culture, local area beliefs, faiths and beliefs, and those have to be represented, there the inputs from the local populace would be required. So that would be taken. It depends on the case-to-case basis, what kind of a museum is being done, what is its requirement for that museum, to what extent the requirement is to be drafted from the society there. So suppose say, if you are creating a museum, maybe the craft museum kind of a thing, so you want to depict one particular tribal culture. So you bring those tribal people, will be hired by these entrepreneurs to bring them to the exhibition space, and they create authentic traditional huts and other display material. So this is how the local culture gets represented and presented to the public in the museums.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think that's a wonderful discussion. It's already, we are over time. I thank my wonderful panel. I think we can discuss later on because it's already time with them. Personally,
I'll just take 2 lines to finish this on a positive note.
Yeah.
I just want to quote our Honorable PM. He just, in one of the events we contributed, he told us in one of the galleries, every house has a story and every house can be made a museum.
Yeah.
So as you told, what is to be told to this young generation, we need to again come out the set of these huge museums. Every house has a possibility to have a museum. So and this will help us as a community, also entrepreneurs, will come into industrialization mode when the museums are not 14,000, they are 14 lakhs.
Yeah.
So that is the idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you all the wonderful panelists here who gave insight to a lot of things. A lot of young ideas. Ideas are there. Probably much more things we can have a discussion further. And system can take a lead in bringing them together, especially in a different kind of conference kind of thing which is there, so that you can also get in touch with other people also. And thank you all the wonderful audience who is there. They have really spent wonderful. We have taken a lot of time to you, and also our anchor, other people. Thank you very much.
Our sincere thanks for the esteemed panelists for such an important discussion, and which was appropriately moderated for this panel. So now here the time for felicitation to express our respect. We will invite Sri Anurag Kumar, Director Science City, NCSM, to come on stage, sir, to felicitate our valued panelists, sir. And this is the last panel discussion for this expo. So we are felicitating our moderator and our panelists. Yeah, we will expect more round of applause for the panelists, and because we have to wait for the next edition. So please appreciate the moment. Please wait for the group photo to capture this moment. Sir, for the group photo. Excellent. We come to an end of this session. The panel discussion for 19th May, the second day of International Museum Expo. And we will meet again here by 2:30 for the valediction program of IME 2024. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check. Check.
Check. Check.
Check, check.
ओके मैं नीचे चलता हूँ प्रोसीड आप दोनों हैं मुझे अच्छा नहीं लोग देखते रहे हमारा फाइनल स्टेज हेलो हेलो একটা উত্তরীয় আর একটা গাড়ি আছে কে দিয়েছে কে দিয়েছে
ব্যাগের মধ্যে তার মধ্যে আছে ওটা দেবা
दो प्रोजेक्ट हैं। ये तो आइडिया था में नहीं, इसमें ये दो बच्चे, एक प्रोजेक्ट में दो बच्चे हैं, ये यंग जनरेशन। तो हम दोनों बच्चों को बुला लेंगे, सर्टिफिकेट दो होंगे, मेडल एक होगा, दोनों तो एक साथ दोनों।
हम नहीं बोल रहे क्या?
as part of the International Museum Expo.
We are now here for the valediction program of IME 2024. Really feeling nice, but with a note of melancholy to start the valediction program because we are leading towards conclusion. Anyway, so our dignitaries have arrived and we would like to invite our dignitaries on dais. Our chief guest, Dr. 𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐚𝐿 Chakraborty, Member Governing Body, NCSM, and Chairman Executive Committee, BITM and CRTL. Our chief guest, please be on dais. We would also like to invite Sri 𝐿𝐺𝐻𝐸𝐵, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture. Sir, please be on dais. We would like to invite Sri 𝐈𝐧𝐿𝐺𝐿𝐵, DG, NCSM. Now, Sri Shamarendra Kumar, Deputy Director General, NCSM. And Sri Anurag Kumar, Director, Science City, Kolkata. Dignitaries are on dais, so we start the program. The welcome address will be by Sri Shamarendra Kumar, Deputy Director General, NCSM. Sir, please.
Good afternoon. We are now coming to the end of this 2 days grand event of 𝐈𝐻𝐸 2024. On behalf of Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and on behalf of National Council of Science Museums and Science City, Kolkata, I welcome you all to this valedictory program here. We had a great 2-day session here, and we saw a lot of panel discussion, the inaugural program, the marketplace, and so many other things happened in these 2 days. We'll get an account of that very soon. On this occasion, I would like to welcome Dr. 𝐈𝐧𝐭𝐞𝐫𝐧𝐚, the member of the governing body of NCSM and the chairman of Executive Committee of BITM and CRTL. So welcome you here for this validation program. You have been always there to support us in NCSM, and many times you have guided us how to carry forward our objectives for that. So thank you for spending your time here and coming to this August gathering. We also welcome Sri A.D. Chaudhary, Director General, NCSM, for coming to this valedictory program. He has been guiding force in the NCSM for last several years, and then for this, especially 𝐈𝐻𝐸, I think Anurag knows very well that how we all have been pushed together for this grand event, and I think your guidance was very helpful in conducting this event successfully. I welcome Sri Jeevan Bachao for Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, who was there for 2 days here and who is there for this valedictory function. Despite this being holiday and coming from this ministry, it's really refreshing for you also and for us also, that in first perspective we have seen a lot of things, deliberation happening there. So thank you very much for coming to this valedictory celebration. My colleague, Mr. Anurag Kumar, who is there, he has been guiding this as a commissioner of this program event, what Madam told, that he's been guiding this. I welcome here once again for this valedictory function. I welcome all the guests who are present here, despite being Sunday and odd time for that after lunch. They are here, the young students, the teachers, the parents, and a lot of other people who are there, the media friends who are there, the officials from various parts of India, the government officials, the NGOs who are present here, all the panelists who are there. I welcome them here once again for this valedictory function. On behalf of, again, NCSM, I thank them for coming to this program and hope this event was successful for them also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have the moment for welcoming our dignitaries on dais. Sri Arijit Datta Chaudhary, DG, NCSM, will welcome our chief guest, Dr. Abhijit Chakraborty, with Uttoryo. Sri Arijit Datta Chaudhary will also welcome Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Sri Jeevan Bachao. Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to invite Sri Jeevan Bachao, Deputy Secretary, to give his address.
Respected dignitaries present on the dais, all guests, good afternoon everyone. I'll just say two things. After our first edition of International Museum Expo at Delhi, when the next edition it came कि कहाँ होगा, कौन करेगा और कैसे होगा, the only name came to our mind was NCSM. और since last 2 दिनों से जो देख रहे हैं, इनॉग्रेशन सेशन से लेके मास्टर क्लासेस, वर्कशॉप्स, एग्जीबिशन, I must say that ये जो शिवधनुष है वो successfully NCSM specifically Science City Kolkata has lifted that, so I must congratulate them. It's very nicely organized program, everything arrangement including food also they have taken very in detailing very good care. मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से भी मैं उनको काफ़ी बधाई देता हूँ और शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. थैंक यू.
We would request your Arijit Dotto Choudhury, Director General NCSM, to give his address.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Professor Abhijit Chakravarti, former Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, member of the governing body of NCSM, and the chairman of the executive committees of BITM and CRTL. I extend you a warm welcome and also would like to thank you for being with us here. I know you also have a very busy schedule. In spite of that, you have accepted our request and many thanks for that. Sri Jeevan Bachao ji, your presence during these last 2 days has been very, I would say it was very encouraging because this is a program which we are doing jointly with the ministry, and presence of the Joint Secretary and your presence was definitely, and along with a team of young professionals from the Ministry of Culture who have worked behind maybe many things, what they have done, many of us do not know, but they were continuously extending support to Sri Anurag ji and his team so that the entire event happens as smoothly as possible. So thank you for being with us here today. My colleague Sri Samarendra Kumar, Deputy Director General NCSM, Sri Anurag Kumar, Director Science City, my other colleagues from NCSM, our invited guests, all panelists who have come from all different parts of the country, the entrepreneurs especially who have shown so much interest to participate in this. It has been wonderful to be in a one common platform, sharing our ideas together, sharing our experiences, and to all my colleagues from the museum fraternity. I think this last 2 days activity which we all were involved in has been a wonderful experience for all of you. My special thanks to Sri D. Ramasharma. In fact, he retired as the Deputy Director General 2 years back, and last year for the first International Museum Expo, he played a major role to extend wholehearted support to the ministry at Delhi and getting the ball rolling for the first expo. We didn't have much knowledge about it. In spite of that, he has put in a lot of hard work during the first expo, and we have taken that advantage while organizing the second expo. So we asked Sharmaji that you please be here occasionally. So on several occasions he has visited, and I think he was in continuous contact with Sri Anurag Kumar to ensure that this second edition also happens very smoothly without any major hiccups. So thanks to you for that. Several master classes have been taken by experts, and I would like to thank all of them for sparing their time and being with us here. Sri G.S. Rautala, our former Director General, in spite of his, though he has retired 8 years back, but I think he is more busy now because every time I call, either he's traveling somewhere or he's busy with some project. And I think it is his passion makes him travel extensively in the entire Uttarakhand, Uttaranchal area for various science dissemination programs. And he's taken a lot of keen interest to be here today, and I would like to thank him for that. To all my colleagues in NCSM, especially Science City, I know during vote of thanks, Anurag will not be able to give thanks to himself and his team. So I think it's my duty here to convey our wholehearted thanks to Sri Anurag Kumar and entire team Science City. I think from the day we met here for the first time to decide that Science City would be the venue, which was on the 13th of March. Since then, for little over 2 months now, they have been working day and night to ensure that every requirement for the second expo is done properly. And I'm sure all the participants who have come and joined here will acknowledge that it has been a wonderful work done by him and his team, because of which we all had a comfortable time here. We could interact, we could spend quality time with our colleagues and also exchange our ideas, our, I would say, our thought process on various activities that is happening in the museum world. As I said earlier, my special thanks again to all the entrepreneurs. I think with the changing times, you all have a very major role to play, and such interactions are very necessary to understand each other's difficulties, understand each other's requirements, and I think together we can all, if we all move together, then only probably we'll be able to fulfill the mandate that is being given to us by the people of this country. There's a huge demand for museums, and it is not possible for government alone to develop it. Definitely, entrepreneurs have a major role, and I expect a more significant role being played by the entrepreneurs in the days to come. And as we have been always discussing, interacting, we are also trying to understand what new things are being done, and it is a platform where we exchange knowledge, we come to know about what others are doing, and I think such expos are very essential. And I'm grateful that Ministry of Culture thought of an event like this and started this during 2023. And I'm sure this will continue for many more years to come. I would also, as far as the details of this program, we'll be requesting one of our colleagues to share the entire statistics and the other details. Some things which probably before this event is over, we'd also like to have some small feedback from some of the participants. So I'll request the Director Science City that before this valediction program is over, we should request 2-3 participants from different categories and take their opinion and probably something more that we should do in the next expo. I think some suggestions, if we get from this August gathering, we would like to take this forward when we meet next in Gandhinagar in 2025. So thank you all for being with us here for these 2 days. It has been a wonderful experience for all of us, and we look forward to meet again in 2025. Thank you.
Now is the time for summary of the event and remembrance by Sri Manush Bagchi, Curator CRTL. Sri Manush Bagchi is invited to come on dais.
Good afternoon, all the August gatherings and the dignitaries. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to present the event summary of International Museum Workshop 2024. The official mandate to hold this IME 2024 in Science City and chalking out all the plans and programs and events that would go in there was decided on a meeting in 13th March, and you know, from 13th March to 18th May, you can count the days, so how many days we had to prepare for everything. And from then on, this struggle started because this year, this event came with a congenital constraint, and that was the model code of conduct. So we were not allowed to hire many services. We are not allowed to do advertisements, go for many things. So there was a decision that almost everything has to be taken up by ourselves, and it was done. Fortunately, towards the end of it, we were allowed a little relaxation. We were allowed to engage the able services of one event management team that helped us getting through. And the result is in front of you, before your eyes. We could create 17,000 square feet of new exhibition area. We could create 15,000 square feet of the marketplace, and this marketplace was populated by 45 agencies, including museums from all over the country, museum inventory, museum services and planetarium entrepreneurs, museum professionals, and some other experts. This time, we had to call many scholastic academic scholars as well, and they too participated in it. Well, this year the theme was museums, confluence of art, science and technology. So we thought that it must be this space must be a potboiler of artistry, science and technology, and that is very clear if you go through the exhibition space that we could create. Since we thought that art and science and technology must be amalgamated, so one canvas cyclorama was created indigenously by the National Council of Science Museums, which is a panorama projection of the Indian art and painting in particular. We started from the Bhimbetka, and going through different stages of evolution of the Indian painting, we finally came to the modern era, and there we ended. We created a place which we called innovative edifices, because every endeavor you take to communicate science, it needs a structure that will hold it. Either you need the building, or you need some vehicle that will carry our messages, our concepts and our ideas and our artifacts to the people to whom it is targeted. So the buildings and the buses that we create for communicating science, those structures were presented in a special section. We presented, going with the mandate of our preserving the artifacts of previous centuries or previous times, bygone times. We created one exhibition on the echoes of ingenuity, we called it, but this was an artifact exhibition with the industrial, and technological and scientific artifacts taken from the last century. There are very interesting facts and stories in it where you can see that how a small projector company that did not have enough means created a very small projector with 16 millimeter innovation and hand cranked operational methods. They had a shared company shade, but with this innovation, it was the era of documentary films, because that documentary filmmakers with enough control to manage the film by their own hand and dictating the narration with the mouth, that became a huge hit. So such success stories are the part of this exhibition. Narratives Reimagined was another exhibition, which is the same story with the modern era, because in modern times no museum can work in silo, and every museum, apart from its own field of specialization, has to take the help and leverage the power of science and technology to make it more meaningful and communicable to the people. So this exhibition was a demonstration of museum technologies that all museums in general general can adopt for their storytelling. We created one more exhibition that we called Oppenheimer's Peaceful Explosion. This may appear as an oxymoron because the peace and the explosion doesn't go together. But the fact is, Oppenheimer envisaged, and with discussion with others, some people decided that the World War was being drawn too long, and it could end only when some shocker of an explosion can at least frighten one party to go out of the war field. So we thought that in most occasions, we talk about using science and technology, telling the stories of history and archaeology and all that in museums, but why not go around as well and take the help of artistry to tell the story of science? And this, we thought, must be an appropriate idea to do this, and that's how the Oppenheimer's Peaceful Explosion was born. The transport gallery of BITM was also a part of this. BITM, though, is not in the same location, but even that was the part of this event, and transport gallery was also inaugurated in this program. And you know, this is a gallery which, apart from other things, presents a very wonderful recent innovation that has been implemented in Kolkata, and there the metro rail is now traveling under the Ganges, and this has also taken an important major focus place in this transport gallery. Brilliance Beyond Borders was another exhibition that was created by BITM, and this exhibition talked about something very interesting and challenging, and we discussed there what it could be for the Indian scientists, some of the Indian scientists who are very close to our hearts, who we know very well, and whom we thought that they missed the Nobel Prize just by a whisker. So why did it happen? How did it happen? And who are these people whom we would like to see as the Nobel laureates as well? That was presented in an imaginary case in this exhibition, and it has been very impressive. Exhibition on astrophotography was done by one of the major and most famous astrophotographer of India, Mr. Ajay Talwar. We created one section outside which we called Vidushi, the Indian Women in Science. Women in Science takes a special mention, particularly in India, because in most of the cases here, to encourage the women, we must tell the stories of the women who did well in science and technologies, because here there is some general perception accepted by all that, well, science and technology is not something that which women engages in proper numbers. You all know that National Council of Science Museum has one of its commercial wings through which it implements various other museum projects of different states, different organizations. It's called the Creative Museum Designers, and here we created one exhibition for the CMD, where CMD presented its strength. After the exhibition, we come to the inaugural function where our governing body chairman, Dr. 𝐄𝐱𝐩𝐸, talked about various Indian innovations and stressed upon the fact that innovations need not be prevalent only in the big science level. There are innumerable small innovations that make the idea of India inside an important epithet for many contemporary contributions of Indian S&T. In Dr. Sara Kinderdean's keynote address, she took us to the vista of big data visualizations and AI implements that are defining, or rather redefining, the new age meteorology. Then Ms. Dona Ganguly and her troops mesmerized us with their rendition of Bengali culture through wonderful collection of landmark songs and elegant dance forms. No such expo can be complete without the academic endeavors. So the as a part of the academic endeavor, we had several panel discussions. We had a panel discussion on preservation of documentation of cultural, scientific and industrial heritage under the moderation of our own Sri S.M. Kenneth, who was former director of Nehru Science Center, Mumbai, Professor Ashish Lahiri, Professor Deepak Kumar, Dr. J.C. Niala, Professor Basant Shinde, Professor Shomit Soumitra Banerjee, Dr. Sanjay Munjal, and Mr. Pierre Ekasse deliberated. With the moderation of Professor Santanu Chaudhuri, we heard the views of Sri Virat Yagnik, Sri Mithun Pangal, Sri Ratan Batliboy, and Sri Shamiraj Valla about immersive experiences in museums and science museums. In the next panel discussion, Ms. Jaita Ghosh as moderator had intense conversation with the experts like Sri Atul Tiwari, Sri Asad Lalji, Sri Munjal Shroff, Mr. Pierre Ekasse, and Ms. Prima John. In the following panel discussion on integration of art, science, and technology in museum exhibitions, we heard Dr. Ashmita Sharkar, Professor Sumant Rao, Dr. Patricia Verdun, Sri Sunil Kumar, Ms. Yosha Gupta, and Ms. Tanishka Kachru speaking about their views, and Sri Nataraj Das Gupta, former director CRTL, moderated this session. We had a very beautiful interaction between the entrepreneurs and museum professionals that was coordinated by our Deputy Director General, Sri Shamarendra Kumar, and participated by Sri D. Rama Sharma, Sri Vijay Shankar, Sri Anjanabho Maitra, Sri Hitesh Kumar, Sri Shreya Mishra, Sri Manish Jain, and Dr. Sayan Bhattacharya. We had two fascinating demonstrations by Dr. Manish Jain of IIT Gandhinagar. The theme of his presentation was Bridging the Gap Between Theory and Practice. The other demonstration was by education team of Birla Industrial and Technological Museum. And of course, there are other demonstrations by the education teams of Science City. We had master classes by VSS Sastry on developing mathematical kits on mathematical kits, on public research in museums by Dr. Scott Anthony, on West to Earth by Ms. Tejashi Jain, and on astrophotography by Sri Ajay Talwar. We also had a master class by Sri Ganga Singh Rautela on disaster resilience in museums. We had an excellent interactive workshop online by Mr. Eddie Goldstein, wherein Eddie enchanted us with various ways one can inspire people to love science. We staged a thought-provoking drama by Ms. Anushila Chatterjee, theatre group of TIF Hyderabad. We had a gaming zone and a telescope making activity. The activities were spread all around the Science City campus during these days. We could organize 3 competitions and innovative projects demonstration by the students of various innovation hubs all over India. We had a countrywide ideathon on the concepts of science galleries that the kids would like to see in the future in science museums. We also had a competition of the architecture students to know what are their thoughts on the future architecture to be adopted by the science museums. We had a hands-on workshop on the rendition of Kalighat Potachitra wall murals. We are through with all these, and now we are only waiting for the musical roots of Bengal, a presentation by the Dohar group. We were doubtful about the presence of the visitors during this period because it was election time, other activities were going out all around. So we thought it would be difficult, but it has been a wonderful effort of our own teams that we had about 413 students to participate in all the activities and the workshops that went around. And here in the visitors and audience group everywhere, be it the seminar, be it the panel, be it the master classes, were sufficient. It was almost always houseful. Our sincere gratitude to all of them. When so many heartening things happen in a space so lovable, and that too in such a very short time, we get caught up, we get fixated with a bond. It becomes hard to leave them all. But we move on thinking that we would not be sad that it ended, we would be rather happy that it happened. In museums, we make memories. We have made memories here in this International Museum Workshop as well. We will carry them forward. So we present you a short video tribute to this event to you all. Here is our remembrance with the promise, as our Director General said, we'll meet again in the IME 2025. So, remembrance.
Thank you, sir. Now we come to the award ceremony, which is a very exciting portion of this event. So, as part of the International Museum Expo 2024, national level competition event on architectural design of a science center was organized at Science City, Kolkata on 19th May 2024. A total of 6 architects participated in this national competition, and the prize winners will be awarded. So we have Development Architects Private Limited from Kolkata to come on stage and accept their prize. And they are given the first prize. So please come on stage and take your prize from our chief guest, Dr. Abhijit Chakraborty. The second prize goes to Shunanda Dasgupta and Associates from Delhi. They will be awarded by Deputy Secretary Sri Jeevan Bachao, Ministry of Culture. Please be on stage. Now we come to the second level of competition, national level ideathon on what you want to see in a science center. The competition was organized at a total of 32 NCSM units, science center level and then zonal levels. Awarded cash prize of rupees 1,000 for first, rupees 500 for second, winner and rupees 300 for third position holder at unit and zonal level. The best 2 projects from each zone qualified at the national level and final selection was made at Science City. Now the winners, the names will be announced now. Everyone has its own position, everyone has done their best. So we will announce a name in this order. Sri Sachin KK from Sri 𝐿𝐭𝐮𝐬𝐴 Swamigal Vidya Kendra Senior Secondary School through Nelvelli 2 from South Zone for the project titled Lapidopterium Butterfly House with a cash prize of 2,000 and the certificates. He will be awarded by DDG Sri Shamarendra Kumar. The second consolation prize goes to Ms. Aditi Agarwal, La Martiniere Girls College, Lucknow. The project title 𝐂𝐭𝐲 Igniting Tomorrow's Power from North Zone with a cash prize of rupees 2,000 and certificates. She will be awarded by DDG Sri Shamarendra Kumar. We came to know that she could not come to take the prize personally. So now I go to the third prize winner, Sri Udayan Bhan, National Public School, Whitefield from South Zone, photovoltaic cell with a cash prize of 6,000 and certificates. He will be awarded by DG Sri Arijit Dotto Choudhury. Please be on stage. No one should feel disheartened. Everyone has done your best. Second prize goes to Miss Anuja A. Bugde, Mushti Fund High School, Goa, from West Zone. The project title, Sun, Our Ultimate Source of Energy, 8,000 rupees cash prize and certificates. Please be on stage. She will be awarded by Deputy Secretary, Sri Jeevan Bachao, Ministry of Culture. Now the first prize goes to Himanshu Shekhar Sahu, DAV School, Chandrasekharpur, Bhubaneswar, from East Zone. The project title, Sustainable Succulents, with a cash prize of rupees 12,000 and certificates. He will be awarded by Dr. Abhijit Chakraborty, our chief guest. Now the final level of competition round, and the competition was organized at Innovation Hub of a total of 30 NCSM units, Science Center level and then zonal level. Awarded cash prize rupees 1,000 for first position, rupees 500 for second and rupees 300 for third position. Holder at unit and zonal level. The best two projects from each zone qualified at the national level. Now we start with the consolation prizes to Sri Nagodeep Udhikari, Naringi High School, Guwahati, from Northeast Zone, AI cooking machine for a cash prize of rupees 2,000, certificates and mementos. Please be on stage. He will be awarded by Director Sri Anurag Kumar, Science City. Second consolation prize goes to Anik Choudhury, Shiliguri Boys High School, East Zone. The project title, Multipurpose Communicable Hand Gloves, for a cash prize of rupees 2,000 and certificates. He will be awarded also by Sri Anurag Kumar, Director, Science City, Kolkata. Please proceed. Third prize goes to Bengia Ama and Abhishek Chetri, two winners. Northeast Zone Modified ARA, Modified Basket for Multipurpose Use, from, this is a project title, from Northeast Zone, with a cash prize of 6,000 and certificates. Please be on stage. They will be awarded by DG Sri Abhijit Dotto Choudhury. Please proceed. Second prize goes to 𝐻𝐭𝐩𝐸 Khan, MSB Educational Institute, Bhopal, from West Zone. The project title Cocoa Napkin with a cash prize of 8,000 and certificate. Please be on stage. She will be awarded by Sri Jeevan Bachao, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture. Please go ahead. Now the first prize, Sri 𝐄𝐱𝐩𝐿, Department of Electronic Science, Delhi University, North Zone. The project title is Halogen Battery, for a cash award of 12,000 and certificates. He will be awarded by our Chief Guest, Dr. 𝐭𝐫𝐧𝐚𝐿 Chakraborty. Please to come. And now we conclude our award ceremony. We would request our Chief Guest, Dr. 𝐭𝐵𝐧𝐚𝐿 Chakraborty, Member Governing Body NCSM and Chairman Executive Committee BITM and CRTL, to deliver his valedictory address. Sir, please.
A very good afternoon to the Honorable DG, NCSM, DDG NCSM, Director Science City, the Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Culture, honorable guests, and all the participants who are present here or who could not come due to some preoccupations and directly or indirectly associated with this excellent event. I congratulate and convey my sincere most thanks to the organizers, the Ministry of Culture and NCSM to organize such an event. This is the International Museum Expo 2024, the second edition. The first was in Delhi. So it is a grand success, and I personally participated yesterday also. And starting from the inaugural address, throughout the day, and also today, the participants and we came across many innovative ideas, concepts, and activities. Yesterday, in the inaugural function, the chairman of the governing committee and the joint secretary, they have very clearly pointed out the growth of science museum, the independent growth of the country, and also they highlighted the accelerated growth of our country in developing science museums. A very important objective of the science museum is to motivate young minds and to percolate the concept of basic science and technology through all sections of the society, as far as I believe. Now, through such events, this outcome or this objective is really fulfilled. If I mention a few points that may seem to be very relevant to justify my view. In this event, we have seen very innovative panel discussions by distinguished professors and personalities. We have seen a very good interaction at different levels. There are very good exhibitions which are very much motivational to the visitors, to the students, and to young minds. We have seen a number of developments from CRTL of this one unit of NCSM, which can be a real innovative idea and a motivation for developing the new projects, new exhibits, artifacts, etc., using the basic science and technology. There have been very good interaction between the museum officials and the entrepreneurs. This is a very good exercise, a great idea, and it appears to me that such type of exercises, such type of interactions can motivate more young entrepreneurs and startups to come in the field of development of museum. Yesterday, we heard or we came to know that India is posing for more number of museums, particularly the science museums, and the government is very much looking ahead to go for number of museums, which is a part of cultural activity, and they are very much supporting the different activities of Ministry of Culture, which includes the development of the museum and also percolation of scientific ideas to all levels in the society. Now, few minutes back, the Honorable DG requested for feedback from the participants. I was one of the participants. So my open feedback is that it was an excellent event, and the most important part which I want to highlight is that the outcome of this could be, we can take the outcome as a very positive step ahead towards a better day in Indian society, which is a real dream of our Honorable Prime Minister. So under the effective guidance and interest of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Ministry of Culture, NCSM is highly motivated to proceed further to fulfill the objective and goal towards the betterment of the country. So it's my very clear and very open feedback to the NCSM. It is a very positive outcome, and I expect, and I think that you all will support my view that such type of events in near future or recurrent events will not only accelerate the growth, but it will strengthen the young minds to proceed further towards study of science and its application in technology and daily life. So with this, I congratulate once again, and my sincere most thanks to the organizers and all participants. And I expect that next time it will also be a grand success, and this type of events will be taking place frequently so that the entire population of India is very much associated with development of scientific activities and spread of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your appreciative note. So now we will move towards felicitation of guests. We would like to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. 𝐿𝐵𝐧𝐿𝐿𝐵 Chakraborty. DG Sri 𝐈𝐧𝐿𝐵𝐧𝐿𝐿𝐵 will felicitate him with memento. DG Sri 𝐈𝐧𝐿𝐵𝐧𝐿𝐿𝐵 will also felicitate Deputy Secretary Sri Jeevan Bachao, Ministry of Culture. Now, the vote of thanks will be given by Sri Anurag Kumar, Director, Science City, Kolkata. Sir.
Before I propose the vote of thanks, I would request maybe one of the panelists to come here to give his or her feedback as suggested by Mr. Arijit Datta Chaudhary, Director General. Any one of the panelists who volunteers to give the feedback, please. Atulji, please come here to give the feedback.
Should I come up, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais and all the friends in this lovely theatre. Where shall I begin, sir? From several calls which were made to me by the people from Calcutta after your invitation to look after everything. I said, no, don't worry. Sometimes my program changes and I may book my ticket myself. No, sir, you don't have to worry. And we will book your ticket and don't worry about anything. To several calls that, sir, this is your card number, this will come to the wonderful reception at the hotel. And to, this is such a happy place for me, Science City, and then it had been made happier by all the hoardings and boards and everything for this expo. And of course, the warmth of the NC National Council of Science Museum people who were here to receive us and look after us at every step. Whether, sir, now this is the time, come have some tea or have your lunch or have, this is the place where we have laid down the dinner. To everything was so, I'm just talking about the physical comforts at this moment. And then in this theatre, and believe me, I have not moved out of this theatre, just gone to the exhibition and come back, or have gone out for the lunch and the tea and come back and have stayed put in the theatre, attended every session, could not attend the parallel sessions naturally, but the level of the talks, the level of the interactions which has happened on this stage was so educating, so interacting, Such a wonderful thing. Everything that a good museum does to you intellectually was done here with us intellectually. So it was engaging, it was entertaining, it was educating, it was inspiring. And a man like me who is into the making of museums and yet is a little outsider was totally engaged with the museum again. So I can only thank the NCSM people here, my friends, my co-workers, my brothers from the NCSM, and Anuragji. You have been such a lovely host, and sir, you have been such a lovely host, both of you. I can only thank you and express my gratitude to these very warm 2 days, but every good thing comes to an end, and that's the stage we are in. But from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure that most of my friends, my colleagues, the resource persons, as we were called here, and we are all feeling the same way towards the welcome, the warmth, and the wisdom which we got from all of you in this stage and this theater. So thank you very much, International Museum Expo 24. Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure if someone from Marketplace, yeah, Manish ji is here. So please.
Hello everyone. First of all want to congratulate the team for all the good work they have done over here. And I'll just say one sentence that will say all the feedbacks. I came here as an entrepreneur, I'm going back as a museumpreneur. So this describes what has happened over here in last 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for the feedbacks that you've given. This is the concluding session of this 2-day event. For us, it was 2 months event. I am completely overwhelmed by the kind of support that I have received from each and every corner of this country. But before I come to that, I would like to start my vote of thanks with today's chief guest, Professor Abhijit Chakravarti, for agreeing to be the chief guest for the valedictory function in very short notice. Thank you very much, sir, for agreeing to be the chief guest. And also to Shri Jeevan Bachao, who is representing Ministry of Culture, the Deputy Secretary there, for giving us time to be the guest of honor for this particular event. The DG and Deputy DG have always been the source of inspiration for all of us, and I thank them from the core of my heart for giving such a tremendous support to all of us, the entire team. Whenever he saw me worried, he kept me asking, Anurag, kuch aur chahiye to batao, kisi aur se support chahiye to batao, whatever you want, please tell me. Thank you very much, sir, for the kind of support that you have extended. Well, the entire team of NCSM has supported for this event in some way or other, and in order to give my gratitude to the team, I would request the team leaders of the team to please come on the dais to receive a small felicitation from our side that has been designed by Gen Expo. I'll start with Shri S. Chaudhary, Director BITM, to please come upon the dais. This International Museum Expo will now be in their offices. My good friend, Mr. K.S. Murli, Managing Director of CMD, please come up on the dais to receive the gratitude from my side. Mr. Umesh Kumar, Director of Nehru Science Center. Please come, sir. Mr. �W𝐮𝐻𝐭𝐲𝐻, the Director of Northeast Zone, the newest zone of National Council of Science Museums, and has become very, very active after he has gone over there. Mr. Saju Bhaskaran, the Director of 𝐿𝐻𝐴 Industrial and Technological Museum. He has come with a large contingent, with all those who worked on the background. Mr. Pramod Grover, the Director of CRTL. My advantage was that I have worked with all these directors in some capacity, so deriving support from them has been very, very easy for me. Mr. Grover, Mr. Saju has left me almost 4 months ago. And lastly, the Director of Headquarters, Mr. Rajiv Nath. Mr. Ramdas Iyer, N. Ramdas Iyer, the Director of National Science Center, Delhi, could not come because of his health issues. But I have received tremendous support from even National Science Center, Delhi. And he has, in fact, sent a good number of people from his center to support me, even during the exhibition. So I thank him also for his support and the team, the support of his team that I have received. The list of giving thanks is too long to be, told here. So what I want to do is to call upon all the team members who are present here, who have supported me and Science City for this particular event. And I would first request request Mr. Manas Bagchi to please come here. Manas has been the backbone of this particular event. Without him, this event would not have been possible. And again, as Mr. Chaudhary has already mentioned, Mr. D. Ram Sharma, please come on stage, sir. You have been a great support for this event. My entire team, if you can come just once for the photo opportunity, please come. जो यहाँ present हैं, art section, civil section, mechanical section, electronic section, CRTL, BITM, please join us. Mr. Silvaraj, who is going to retire in a month and a half, but amazing energy he still has. Mr. Arnav Chatterjee, please, idhar. Kailash Bhardwaj, Rahul, young person, Sumra, Krishnendu Vishwas for waking for the night, Austin, Praveen, Piyush, Apurbo, please come. You just show the strength of the team. The administration team has done amazing job for the hospitality that they have provided. So now you realize the resource behind this, the success of this particular program. I thank all of them who are on the stage for making this program a success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And they represent the entire India. Thanks a lot. Thank you, my colleagues. I am not finding one person who has spent sleepless nights. Where is Amit Mandal? It seems he is still busy. Anyway, I would also like to thank the resource persons, the panelists, the persons who took the master classes, because you know the time that we gave them to decide to come here was very, very short. We had only 2 months' time, and the day we got the notice that we have to organize, we started shooting letters to all the probable resource persons, and it was so overwhelming. The response was so overwhelming that I could not believe that this kind of support is being given to this museum expo. This kind of importance is being attached to this museum expo. I thank all the panelists, all the resource persons for agreeing to come here and giving their valuable inputs to this expo. I also thank the people who have participated in the marketplace, because for them also it has been challenging. Many of them, in fact, most of them have come from outside. And coming from different places and setting up marketplace is not an easy job. I really thank them for participation, for their participation in this International Museum Expo. The children, the participating children of Ideathon, the participating children of Innovation Hub, the people who have organized all these things, I thank all of them for making this program a success. All these competitions we were organizing for the first time, and within 2 months' time, nationwide competitions have been organized. It is something very, very unique, which people don't realize how difficult it was. Thank you very much for the organizing team for these competitions. One competition that we organized for the first time was the competition for the architects, the elderly people. And I am rather surprised and proud that the people who have designed Science City got the first prize. Thank you, thanks to all the architects and the judges for making this event a success. And last but not the least, the Science Museum professionals from NCSM and from other science centers who have come here all the way to participate in this event, to be in audience, to interact with the museum professionals, the panelists, to interact with the marketplaces, and making this program very, very relevant. I thank all of you to come for coming here. And finally, to the press and media who has always been very supportive for the events that are being organized in Science City, I thank all of you to keep supporting us. Thank you. Thanks for making this event success. Thank you. And I would like to announce that the program is not ending here. We have a very interesting cultural program coming up. The reason why we have changed the venue of the cultural program from mini auditorium to main auditorium is that more than 100 artists from all across West Bengal have come here to perform for us. And they will be performing, there is a group called Dohar Group which has curated this program, which is then amalgamation of all the folk art, performing art of West Bengal. I am sure you are going to enjoy that. You are requested to please proceed to the main auditorium for this event. Thank you.